Mm-hmm. Well, maybe he does. No. He's the kind of guy who would probably cast an illusion spell on you when you're born and just keep it up for 25 years, and then suddenly one day you find out you're not a dragonborn. Not good. Right, I'm putting us on our intro. There we go.
Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy
Is
life.
it down in the corner next to
As
the
is the
date?
case with most
I
youngins
have to
living
do
the
that
farm
between
life,
Danish and English
John
viewers.
eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized
To
the city
switch
life
input modes,
was not
please
his to live.
press
The boy who
Windows
left,
key
though,
plus space.
had become a man, and the man
That's mine
had
say.
met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love
It worked?
blossomed into a
No?
marriage and a son. The son they named Durlin, after Jean's father.
Okay.
Jean
In mine,
eventually
there's a
returned home
little
to his
thing
parents'
in the
farm
bottom
with his
next to the
family,
date that says
where they
ing.
made a life for
And then I click on it,
themselves.
I have the
A new
different
life for his wife and
options.
son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were
Yeah, we
happy,
just switch between them.
that
So,
is, until
cool.
the day vile creatures from beyond the veil laid
It's
their
Windows
great
key
eggs in
plus
their home.
space.
After being
Oh,
driven
maybe
from
it's
his
alt,
homeland by
something
the
alt space or
insatiable
something. I'm
undead
not
that
quite
now
sure.
plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in
If you
cleansing
hover
his
over
land
it,
from
where
the
it says
foul fate
ENG,
that befell him
it
and
should
his
tell you
family,
which Windows
and
key
exacting
it
the
is and which key
vengeance
it
he
is for
so
the shortcut.
eagerly thirsts for.
Oh, okay. That might be another one then.
As a child, Celeste
As a
Highcrest would never have
child.
dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale,
Yeah.
Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had
What's
set
right?
high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's
We were
sister
planning on doing a
Cressida,
meeting a
had
Saturday.
surpassed
I
all
don't
of
think we
them.
set a date yet.
Cressida had found her talents at an
Um,
early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy
Potentially
as
we could
breathing.
do it this Saturday,
Celeste,
but I don't
however,
know if
had
anyone can
struggled in
do
the
that.
shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting
Well,
the expectations of her father, and
okay, well,
always the
double check
object
if
of
you
his
can. We can do it
disappointed
online
glances.
because of all this COVID
When
bullshit
the
if you
two
need
elves
to.
came of age, they sat the
Also,
entrance
now we have
exam to join
floods
their
and shit.
father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his
Flood
tutelage
wall and
and
everything.
scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming
Yeah, I'd say it's
success.
gonna be a very long day.
Celeste,
For
on the
that
other
concept.
hand,
I'm
held
just gonna
true
double
to her
check that I don't
long-standing tradition of
overbook
always being
myself with
second
gas as
best.
well, but potentially we could do it this
It was
Saturday because she
rare that
goes
one
away
should
on
ever
Sunday and
choose
then
to
she's
leave
gone
their
for a week.
homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition.
Oh, so you can't
For here,
so you
she
can't
would
join us for the
always
Sunday
be
game either.
Cressida's sister, never her own person.
Right,
But
okay.
if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path.
That's fine. We
She
might have
found her
to
way to the
skip
dimension
that
door,
Sunday
stepping
then,
through
or
for the first time
something.
and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet
Right.
unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years traveling these oceans between
Oh,
continents,
yeah, okay.
desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family.
Fair. Well, just let me
Until
know
one
what
day,
you're
the
doing.
news found
If you
her.
can't do Sunday, we'll just do
The
something
door that
else.
she
Like
had
we don't
stepped
have to
through
do
to
Sunday.
enter this plane had vanished,
Um.
along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck,
Well, that's the thing
seemingly
is
an
we need to
entire
have a meeting, but
universe
we
between
also
her and
could
her
potentially do
homeland,
it Saturday.
Celeste is
Sunday game
searching for
Saturday, but
answers
then we can't do the
and
meeting on
some
Saturday.
miracle that could lead her home again.
But I think that depends on
Ingwe
everything
grew up
at this point.
in an reclusive community of druids.
It's like an ant in my coffee.
His elders, ancient and wise.
Okay.
One of the greatest, his mother,
Well,
was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories.
I'd say we should probably skip this
While the
Sunday game
community
and then do the
has
Saturday
very
meeting
strict
instead
rules
on Saturday.
and customs
I
and
feel like it's more
routines.
important to get that done because we have so many
Each
things
member
to
is
talk about.
encouraged once in a
Before we
lifetime
talk,
to
we
travel
can't
out
really
into the world
start anything.
and experience the trials and
So
tribulations.
if everyone can do this Saturday, we should
bring
probably
back
try to see if
their
we can.
challenges to share
If not, we'll work
and
out.
to tell the story of the world.
Okay. Okay. Right. Our intro is done, and I'm gonna put us on normal now. Hello, everyone. Mine is my camera for some weird reason every time. Anyway, hello everyone. And I am pretty sure everyone should be able to hear me now because I demand to be heard, and I'm pretty sure that I can. Is it? Yeah, it looks like it should be working as far as I can see. Just giving the chat 2 seconds to catch up.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear the lovely noise? I can check it myself as well. Bang, 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 bang.
When did we turn into a hip hop channel?
We all just
Sounds like-
freestyle some beats like for 4
Sounds like I
hours.
can hear myself.
Well,
Well,
I can hear you on the stream, Tom. That's okay.
all good. All good. Just checking because you never freaking know. Anyway. There's no space on my keyboard. There you go. Anyway, welcome to Monsters Mayhem. The first announcement we have, I think we still have a meme competition going until the 7th. So anyone watching the show who would want to potentially win a set of cool dice from the whole games, if you drop into our Discord, we have some information about how you can potentially win these dice. I want to have them for myself, but I can't obviously participate. But basically, it's about making memes of the show, cool moments, memorable moments, or anything of the likes. I think that's the only announcement we have today. My name is Tom. I am the producer and Dungeon Master on Monsters Mayhem. And if you have more concerns about Peter Dutton than you have dice, you come to the right place. Sorry, Laura. Right. I just had to get that out of my system. Sorry.
Just want to say as well, with the giveaway, we are also accepting clips and gifs as well. So if
Yes, it doesn't have to be. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a picture. It can be whatever you want it to be.
And also for anyone watching who has been affected by these beautiful 2022 floods, we just want to say that we love you and that we're thinking about you. And if you need anyone to talk to or anything, jump into our Discord. We've all got ears and eyes open. So we hope that everyone is staying safe and well and dry.
Absolutely.
Hey, stay safe.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a year, really. So we're all in it together.
It's only February.
Yeah, I know. Like, don't worry, Wednesday it's nuclear war. We'll be fine.
Yeah, we got
Nothing
nuclear
left
war
to worry
scheduled in
about.
for March.
I definitely feel like someone made a mistake. It's like that meme with that guy is like, "Oh, this is all the events that that are scheduled in for the next decade." It's like, "Oh, decade?
Yeah.
I thought you meant this year."
Yeah,
Oh.
I spent the first 2 months.
Oopsies.
Uh,
Yeah, definitely feels like
yeah.
that.
Someone's gone and planned everything. They were thinking, oh, if we get it all out of the way in the first couple months, we'll have the rest of the year free. That's how I'm spending.
Couldn't you just have started with a giant comet destroying Earth instead of
Yeah.
taking us through all this? Then?
Crossing fingers.
All right, don't do that. Don't put a comment on Earth, please. Whoever is up there, down there, whatever. It's just joking. Anyway, last we left off, what happened?
Nothing.
Someone want to give a recap of what happened last week?
All right.
Don't all fight at once.
So the party made it through the icy tundra and found their way to civilization after camping out for a couple of nights in Zisna and seeing like war happening, like a village getting ransacked. But thankfully they managed to be like, not our problem, and just kept walking. And then we made it to a city that I cannot remember the name of.
Vikanda.
Vicandris?
Vikandris. It's okay, Jay can't remember either. And then we like walked into the town square and the sky opened up and a furbolg was like looking down from the sky, and then all these harpies came out and were like, we're gonna attack you, and then they attacked us, and then we were like, we'll save you, village town, we're the heroes. And then also we saw a white dragonborn with tattoos all over him. We were like, hey, we're gonna thank that for after we finish not dying. And then we didn't die, and then we spoke to Tattoo Dragonborn. He was like, hey, I need to go talk to this council because I've been a bad boy. And then went up to the council and followed him up. And then the council was like, oh, so you were exiled because your dad doesn't like you. And he was like, actually, I've been chosen by the god that you thought didn't exist, so suck it. And then we all left, and then we couldn't get to where we needed to go. So then we went back to a bar, and then the guy that we've been trying to chase was sitting there, and he was like, what's up?
Yeah, pretty much. Well done. Well done.
Round of applause.
I like how I'm just the tattoo bad boy.
You bad boy.
He's the biker dragonborn.
He needs like a handlebar, like a moustache now.
My mind was like, what would be a motorbike equivalent in fantasy worlds? And I was like, an animal? I would have to be like a four-legged animal that's been turned down to two. So I just pictured like a saber-tooth tiger, but with one leg in the front and one leg in the back.
I was thinking like a boar, like holding onto like its tusks.
Yeah.
As he, like,
I feel like only having two legs in that configuration would probably not speed it up very much.
But it's a motorbike, it's two.
It's like a slinky. It's like a dolphin.
Yep.
Very well. Anyway, you're correct. Last we left off, you were all in an inn, and someone was there seemingly to talk to you. It seemed like Vartex was sitting in one of these booths waiting for you. He was actually waving for you as you arrived, waving you over to his table. And that's where we left off last time.
To clarify as well, at least has Jean, I can't speak on behalf of the others, seen Vartex in this form?
You have not. None of you have seen Vartex in this form, but he definitely looks leprechaun. Like, it's definitely sticking out. Like, he's wearing a little dark green vest and has a little top hat that he's put on the counter and such like that. And he has like a little beard. It's like a little longer than mine, but a little bit more white. And he has like very sharp teeth, but you can see that he is wearing a little set of little round glasses as well. And he has some dark brown suspenders on, and he has his jacket on the back of his chair.
So Ingwe's going to, with his face, like, wave really enthusiastically, and then I'm going to telepathically speak to John.
Right.
And I'm going to say, Mr. John, remember, this guy's tricksy. Maybe leave your axe away, and if things get weird, start punching people.
Just turn to him and nod.
I have a really bad feeling about this.
Ingwe's going to walk up to the table and sit down.
Right. As you approach, he stands up as you approach and points at the opposite chair. And says, "Oh, Ingwe, Please, come on, sit down, my friend. Come on, Celeste, John. Whoever that is, I don't really know, but come on, let's go. And
Who's this?
Mana, please stay away.
I'm gonna turn to Dreki. Dreki, don't give him your name.
Oh.
Whatever you do.
You know him? I thought you hadn't been here before.
We hadn't, but I got a feeling this is who we're after. At least based on the description that Celeste had given us.
Right. Yes. Okay.
Try to do that hush hush.
Can I see the thing that the middle contraption that we've been hunting? Has it got it? Is it there?
You can't see anything else than him, and he has a little, like a backpack next to him. It could potentially be in there, but you can't see it physically at the moment, at least.
And what is Celeste doing? That's probably the last thing that I'm checking.
She is not walking over to the table. She is standing there, kind of in the doorway with her arms crossed, and looks like she's thinking, like, really quickly. Like, you know, like that math meme where it's like that. That's what she's doing. Kind of like standing there with her arms crossed, just like with her eyes on him.
So anyway, fella, aren't they going to join us?
Sean,
I don't know.
John does walk up after saying that, Dreki, and then will stand at the table. He won't sit, stand, arms folded as well.
And
Right.
Drekik will just follow John's lead.
You're so tall, John. I don't remember you being that tall when I watched you. Well, sit down if you want to. It's going to be a interesting conversation. And he pulls out a little flag with a white piece of cloth on it. I'm here for a parley. Places it on the table. Would you like some
Celeste
drinks?
is going to walk over to the bar and ask for a bottle of the strongest distilled, like, vodka that they have.
Right.
Like the
Sure.
most potent, like nasty, like the cheap stuff.
Yep, you can definitely get that. It is pretty cheap. Like a silver piece, you can definitely have a bottle of that.
Like she'll flick it across and take it in her hand, and then kind of walk over to stand behind. Kind of half step behind Jean, not sitting down at the table.
Right. Well, you can stand up if you want. You can sit down if you want. If you want something to drink or get something to eat, let's get it done too. I love this. I love meeting you guys in person. Even you, Mr. Dragonborn guy. Haven't seen you before, but yes.
Thanks.
So it's interesting to meet a leprechaun.
Yeah, there's not many of us around on this side of the veil.
Is this what you're supposed to look like?
I don't know. Is there anything wrong? Is there anything out of place?
Well, previously you looked different.
Oh yeah, I do that sometimes. I do have that ability. Some of us do. Some of us don't. Depends on our skills. Anyway, I'm here to have a conversation with you because obviously you've been chasing me and it's been really fucking annoying.
Chasing
But
you.
I understand.
Do you know
Yes.
what else is really annoying? Having shit stolen from you. That's also really annoying.
I think it was really funny though. I got you pretty good. Anyway, let's get off on the right foot.
I think it's
Slowly
far too late
opens
to
his bag,
get
and
out
you-
on the right foot.
pulls out a little box and puts it on the table and he slides it across. Here, I guess we're even now.
Far from being even.
Oh, well, I mean, he opens the box and you can see the Dreamcatcher is fully assembled. All 3 pieces have been added to it.
Ingwe, are you able to confirm this is the one?
I will take the box and hand it back to Celeste.
Right.
I'm just gonna lean over to John and be like, "Is this one of those conversations that we have somewhere else?"
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
So, Mr. Leprechaun, what
You can call me Vartex if you want. It's up to.
Vartex.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I talked to Tam a while back too. He was a nice fella.
Yeah. Were you? Well, let's start from there. Were you tricking him from the start, or or do you know his? Do you know his lady? Do you
Oh
work
no,
very
I
soon?
used to work for Faith here. I used to be an assistant of sort, but we had a bit of a falling out. I don't stay very long in employment, you know. So I left.
So you were employed. What were you employed to do for Athia?
Oh, same as Tam, pretty much. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. I was just helping her organize things.
And who are you employed by now?
Um, let's get to that a little bit later because that's going to be a very convoluted story, I think. But I will tell you.
Okay. And who are you still employed by? The same person you were employed by when you gave us these? And I'll pull out the things that he gave us to help the
The pills.
anti-nausea pills.
Um, that's a little bit of a tricky one, buddy, because technically I did that on my own. That was all me. That was not whoever I work for. He doesn't know about that bullshit. And he probably doesn't have to either, especially not now that I just gave it back to you. But anyway,
Okay, so you've had two employers. Are you looking for employment now?
you offering to employ me.
Maybe.
Interesting. Wow. Maybe. Well, I'm guessing you have questions. Let's get to the questions first, because I'm sure you have a million of them at this point.
Well, yes, I've asked the question about who you work for
But I will get back to that in a little bit.
and why you stole that thing from us.
I had the rest of the pieces already, and I really wanted to try it out. I thought it was really, really cool. Turns out it's a bit boring after a while. Also, you have to be really powerful to use it anyway, and obviously I am, but yeah, you know, it got boring, and I felt like I'll be honest. Let me be honest. I just want to go home. I'm tired of being chased. I'm tired of having stupid ass gods looking after me, trying to take me out. I'm trying to have people chase me down, try to kill me. Tired of all this. I just want to go home. It's that simple.
And
I just want to go
how
home.
long have you been here for?
About 80 years.
Okay. And why have you tried going home?
Yes, several times. It doesn't seem to work. Unfortunately, someone shut down the connection to the Feywild a few years back. Let's just say it like that. And I just want to go home to the Feywild. I just want to go home to my family. I want to go home to everyone I know. And even if I'm gonna get absolutely executed, I'm just tired of this boring ass plane.
Okay. And why then are you talking to us?
Because I think we can help each other. You don't have to chase me anymore because I have been found. And I might be able to assist you with a few things. If you're willing to make a parlay with me, of course. You know, your word is binding.
What did you do?
What I did?
What did you do? You know exactly what I'm asking.
I did a lot of things. I think that was the problem. I stole a crown once from one of the archfays. I it was really funny though, and I sold it back to her, and then I stole her money and didn't give her the crown. Right? That's pretty cool. Like this is one of my top fives. But I mean, we can be here all day if we're talking about stuff like that. I just love joking. I love playing around. I love, you know, doing my thing.
You're confused. See her face? That's her serious face. She's talking about the going to the Feywild. What did
Yeah,
you
I
do
know.
to make that happen?
I don't know. I've done so many things that I seem to have pissed off some gods as well. I'm not quite sure, but I did impersonate some of them a few times, so it could have been it.
We know about that.
I did.
Impersonating the gods.
I did trick people to take out other people's churches from time to time. That was probably also one of the things
We
that
know
might have
about that as
necessarily-
well.
Right. What else was there?
So you've ruined lives.
I mean, I don't plan to ruin lives. It
Doesn't
just
matter what you plan to do, the
happens.
consequences of your actions. It's like watching dominoes falling.
Well,
Were
I understand your concern, but I have information for all of you that might be invaluable for your future endeavors. But it is up to you, really, if you want to have a parley with me or if you want to have a fight with me.
we're talking now, aren't we? Happy to hear what you have to say. I mean,
Yeah, but there's nothing stopping you from killing me or attacking me, at least, after I give you the information I have, unless I have your words.
We could say the exact same for you, Vartex. What have you done to actually prove that you are trustworthy? Give me
Well, I
one thing.
just gave you that whole thing. That's very powerful magic right there. I could have used that, but
You said that you did use it, but it got boring.
yeah, it got boring. But it's still a really powerful magical item. But it's up to you.
Sean's gonna grab Ingwe by the back of the collar and sort of just like, I'm just gonna need to borrow Ingwe for a moment. I'll be right back. And I'm gonna, if Ingwe will come with, basically.
like real awkward because Ingwe's quite tall, like like really skinny and
pulling
not
him
very
back in the
strong
belt.
at all, but much taller than John.
Wow. Sean is so strong when he's not falling off a fucking mountain.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, something to joke about. This is the exact reason that you've been exiled.
Well, if you say so. My point is, I have no problem getting back to the Feywild and being judged for my actions. I'm just too tired now of all this. It's in my nature, I can't stop it. If I could, I probably would. But I can't.
So I'm gonna turn around to John, and then look him in the eyes, and start talking to him in telepathically, but in Orcish.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna sit back down at the table, like with my drink, looking at Bartek. So, but I will maintain my concentration on telepathically talking to John.
Right.
Can Jean communicate back?
While I'm talking to you, yeah, you can.
Okay. All right. Sean's gonna basically say to you that that trick you were doing to try find this thing, is it able to sort of differentiate between
One thing
fake?
and another thing. I can't, but Miss Celeste can. That's like I had a look at it. It looked pretty. She's the one that can do it.
But if you were to put on your tracking spell, whatever that was, would it ping this?
Yeah. It would find. It could be fooled and find something similar. But if Mr. Vartix and what? Oh, where's Oh, sorry. Ask. Oh, what's the goblin's name? Jacob's forgotten, but show it to Mana. She'd know. Mana and Celeste would be able to know for sure. I can't tell for sure.
All right. I think we need to confirm this is real before anything.
Miss Celeste.
She'll kind of like, there's like a brief moment where she almost seems like a different person as she kind of like turns her head towards you and snaps, and she's like, "What?"
So I'm still looking at Vartek. I'm not looking at Celeste. I just spoke to Mr. John about he's worried about confirming that the thing's the real thing. Can you? I can't for sure know. Can you?
Yes, I can. I just don't trust him. If I leave, I'll leave for like 10 minutes because I don't want to do it in front of him.
I won't let him leave. I won't let him leave my sight.
Right.
Take Mana.
Yes, I'm going to. I'll be back. And then she'll kind of like give a nod to Jean and then turn. And as she's walking out towards the door, she'll put her hand on Manda's shoulder and kind of like push her out towards the door with her.
Right. So Vartex, in the meanwhile, orders some drinks.
With that as well,
Miss-
Sean's
yeah.
going to sit on the table now, seeing the nod and her heading out. But what he's going to do is, instead of pulling the chair out all the way, he's just going to pull it out a little bit, slip in, and then almost use like an exhale to push the table back a bit in their direction.
Right. Oh. You're so strong, Sean. You're very impressive. Wish I had a friend like you a long time ago.
Well, Mr. Vartek, I will.
Vartex, there's an X at the end there.
I-
Or it would be Ingwe. Like Ingwe, you know?
Vartex? Yes. Well, I will. I'll agree to your terms. If you give me information, I will promise not to harm you.
I think I need a little bit more than that, my friend.
Would you like
Please.
an ale?
I'd love an ale, but I already got all these fancy drinks.
I'm
Okay.
getting an ale.
Right, well, go get an ale. I'll pay for it, my friend.
Oh, okay.
Okay. What are you looking for in this negotiation? You've
Where are
already
you at?
given. You've already given a gift. Would you like a gift?
No, that's not what I'm after. Where are you at the moment, Celeste?
Outside.
Where outside are you? Are you in the alley, or are you in front of the thing, or where are you?
Oh,
at
she'll
the
go
moment?
somewhere that's like not populated. Like she's not going to sit down in the middle of a walkway.
Right. Oh, that's all good. While you have this conversation, anyway, 3 arrows fly through one of the windows and barely misses Bartex in the chair before someone runs off.
Oh, you want us to protect you from other people, not just ourselves.
Oh, no, I don't. I didn't really expect that. That's fast. Okay. I guess my choice have been forced then. But yeah, it seems like someone's already out to get me. How wonderful. And it's only 7 a.m. Interesting.
Strange. Seems like you've got multiple people after you. You didn't make so many enemies.
Are we just
Yeah.
going to ignore the fact that just happened?
You hear some shouting on the street and some guards running after some people, but that's it.
Well,
Right. So let's get to it. I am willing to betray the person I work for
okay,
in favor of you helping me get back to the Feywild.
okay.
I know how to do that, but I need to make sure that you 4 individuals, including your assistants over there, don't betray me.
And what assurance do you need for that to happen?
Well, I need your word, because words can be very binding in some senses, and I do have a very binding way of making that a thing. So, I would like for you 4 to stop chasing me, and I would like for you to protect me, if possible. If you're in my vicinity, I have no problem going to jail for the meteor time. If that is safer, I'm okay with that. I want you to break the veil between the Feywild and this plane.
Does that make Ingwe's been calling Fey, like he's done summon Fey. That would make sense to him, wouldn't it?
You would know that nothing passes back and forth, because Celeste would have mentioned that at some point, I believe.
So and breaking the veil is
Not the
that-
veil itself, but the ward that keeps the veil from being open.
So in essentially letting Celeste go home like she wants to.
Yes, pretty much, because he wants to go home.
We're not like destroying the Fey. That's not what he's talking
No,
about.
no. What he's explaining here, as far as he's explaining it at least, seems to be break the ward so you have access to the Feywild again. Because I just want to go home. That's That's my thing. I just want to go home. And if we work together, I can go home. I won't last very long on the other side of that. I'll tell you that. But at least I will die home.
So your terms are: we stop chasing you, we defend you if you're next to us, and we break the block to the Vale.
Yes, and you take me home to the Feywild.
Do we need? Could you not? If we break it, can't you just take yourself?
I can, but I'm sure that you would want to go too, wouldn't you?
If you're so powerful, why haven't you broken it?
Because there's so many people chasing me. I literally don't have 5 minutes without someone trying to fucking kill me.
I haven't tried to kill you.
Not yet, but you are thinking about it.
The thing that baffles me overall of all this is how much of it seems to be your problem and none of it seems to be ours. The only problem
Well-
we have is what you've done here.
Well, I mean, I have the key to breaking the veil to the Feywild. I'm pretty sure that Celeste would love that to happen, so she can go home and visit her mom and dad and find out what's going on with that weird little creature of hers. What is it called? Sonas. Yes, that's correct.
And okay, Mr. Batix, and this binding. I'm assuming you're going to do a binding spell. Does it bind you as well?
Yeah, it will bind all of us together. So, yeah.
It'll bind us together where we say we stop chasing you. We help defend you if you're next to us. Does it bind us if you're next to us? If you run off somewhere, no, we're not bound to find you and protect you if you're away.
No, I don't need that. I can manage myself. It's just if you're already there, then it would be assisting me, and that would give me a peace of mind, at least for a little bit.
And you're bound to protect us.
Sure. If you want me to protect you while you're near me, I will definitely help protect you.
And
We can definitely make that a deal.
and together we are breaking down the veil.
We don't have to do it together. You can do it by yourself. I will stay in touch, so to speak. I will even go to a common jail like they have a jail here, for instance. You can put me in a cell. I'll stay there. I have no problem with that.
And for this, you're going to give us information.
Yeah, so some information I have not shared yet, for instance. I have a little bit of tidbit of information for each four of you, including Mr. Dragonborn here.
Brendan, I say, looking at John. The name's Brendan.
Brendan.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I feel like that's bullshit, but thank you. I'll call you Brendan from now.
You're welcome.
Well done.
So the deal is, you don't hurt me, I don't hurt you. You break down the Feywild ward for me, I go home. I probably get executed immediately, but at least I die home, and no one's chasing me anymore. I protect you if you're nearby. You don't actively try to sabotage me or hurt me, even with external sources. You can't get someone else to assassinate me either. And I won't do the same with you.
So telepathically, I'm going to say again in Orcish to John, Mr. John, in case you didn't put 2 and 3 together, the task that he's asking us to do is already something that we want to do.
Mm-hmm.
So just in case that the magic went over, it's not like he's asking us to do something that we don't already want to do.
I understand that. It's more so the means and the company that I'm worried about. I think before anything happens, we should wait for Celeste to get back.
Yeah,
Any
definitely.
confirmation that that thing he gave us was in fact what it was.
Is there anything like? Do you have a sense of like? Do you need to hit him? I don't know what your like sense of vengeance is before we can make this deal. I mean, he'd play trick like I played tricks on you. It wasn't very nice, but is there?
It big difference between what you've done and what they've done. What they did cost people lives. Need to hit them? No. Want to? Whole other story. I think we should just wait for Celeste to return.
Don't worry, Sean. You don't have to hit me.
So, can he hear? Does he respond? So, like, that's in Orcish, in telepathic, he can hear our, like, yes!
You don't have to hit me, John. I can help you with some information about your wife. And I can help you with some information about your mother, Ingwe. And you, Miss Dragonborn, a little bit about other things happening with your arm at the moment.
His name is Brandon.
Brandon, yes, correct.
Yes.
Right.
How do you know what's happening on my arm?
I know a lot of different things, my friend. I'm a very important ally to have. I have powers.
Pop quiz. Which arm?
Well, technically you have something going on both arms right now, but I'm not going to get into the first one because we'll cover that later. But the
Yes,
Mark
guys.
of Ran. Anyway, Celeste,
Yes.
you have finished casting the spell, and it is indeed genuine. It is a fully assembled Dreamweaver.
Awesome. Can you send me the details of what it is, what it does? All
Yep,
that stuff?
it basically has one stat. You can activate it when you are about to go to sleep. When you're in your dream, you can make things in your dream come to life in real life. Like, for instance, if you pictured a horse in your dream, you could pull the horse out of the dream, but you can't picture a specific horse and pull that specific horse out of the dream because it already exists in the real world, if that makes sense.
Yep.
There is some limitations in the sense that when you use it, you have to make a wisdom saving throw with a rather high DC of 20. If you fail, it has the potential of damaging you, but not permanently.
Okay.
It's a very magical, very powerful magical item, also very old, but also requires quite a bit of, how should I say, control.
Okay.
That's pretty much the stats.
Yeah, cool. Cool. Yeah, so Celeste will get up and she's going to kind of like look at the bottle in her hand and she's going to like pull the wax off with like her teeth and take like a good like 10 seconds, like a swill of it, and kind of like and then kind of like look towards Mana and just go, what are you thinking?
I don't know, he killed my friend. I don't know whatever information he has can be that important, but I really don't know.
I understand that.
Everything was so clear until we got here. Now everything is a little bit more grey. I don't really understand why he's just sitting there.
Because he thinks he's untouchable, Mana.
Well, he seems pretty powerful to me, but I don't really know what to do at this point.
Reminds me of a petulant child who run amok, now has to deal with the consequences of their actions, yet refuses to, and then wants someone to bail them out.
I think if you can trick him back, maybe that's the only way I can see it.
Exactly what I was thinking.
I'm just not sure how. I think if we attack him now, I don't know if it's gonna work.
Would I have any inclination as to the binding magic that he is talking about?
It is a bit of a binding contract. You have seen them before, especially in the Feywild. They're very popular, especially with the Archfey because of their significant power. An individual can draw a little bit of power from these types of contracts, but in his case, he wouldn't really benefit from the contract's power itself. He would benefit in the sense that you are unable to break the contract unless both parties agree.
Right. So I kind of look towards Mana and go, I think we're going to have to be really smart about this in the way that we word out negotiations. You ever heard of a Jin, Mana?
Yes, I've definitely heard stories of those ones. I think you're, I think you're right. I guess it depends on the contract what he wants.
Exactly.
If you have a time limit on it, that's a good way to get out of anything.
I think he'll agree straight up to a time limit. Say, oh, this contract is valid for 20 minutes. I don't think that he'll go for that. I'm trying to
Maybe.
think, and to kind of like lean in to Mana, like kind of like crouching down towards her and go, I think the word able is what we're looking for. Or something similar.
Able?
Yes. We can help him if we are able. Yet if, when the time comes, we ensure that we are not able.
Right. I guess I don't know. I never signed the contract. I feel like this is a different type of magic that I'm used to. Like I can like do small things and I can like invent things, but I don't. This is how powerful magic. Like I don't think I've ever seen anyone this powerful.
I wish I could say the same. I need to have a conversation with my friends.
Right.
But I need to get them on my side. I don't know how willing they would be to risk themselves. Well, Ingwe perhaps. John might take a little more convincing.
Right. Well, I mean, maybe ask them to step aside. It doesn't feel like he's going to leave. It feels like he's too full of himself right now.
He thinks he's on top of the world. He thinks
Yes.
that the information bargaining chip is the be-all and end-all.
Seems like he thinks so, yeah.
And let's weigh up the stakes. I don't know, I'm going to have to talk to them.
What?
But I
Yeah.
don't want him to overhear.
Right.
How would you feel talking to him?
I don't feel like that's a good idea. I think he would piss me off immediately and I would do something stupid and reckless.
That's why I came outside.
But maybe you can use him if he's doing what he's doing. And I overheard something about the Feywild thingy. I mean, I guess you can use him in a way.
I could.
If it's for a
Yes.
greater good, I don't know if that's for greater good. I don't know if it's good or better or worse that the Feywild's different.
All I've wanted for the past 80 years is to find a way back home. And then he sits there with his open hands and that greedy smile and promises it to me.
Yes. Maybe if you agree to help him take down the veil, you agree to help him until the veil is down.
Could do that. There's one thing I've learned is making deals and trades with these creatures is not well advised.
No, that's true. But
We have to
he
make sure
doesn't.
that the benefits outweigh the risk.
Yes. I don't know if he even needs this deal. I feel like I'm not quite sure.
Because he's scared. He's
I
scared
don't-
of owning his own actions.
Except for going home and seeing his homeland, maybe.
That's the thing, I don't believe that. I don't believe that he would happily walk home and be executed. I think there's something he's got up his sleeve, which is what concerns me. He wouldn't... What's the difference between dying here and dying there? You're still dead. There's something he's not telling us that he's going to do when he gets back.
I think there's a lot of things he's not telling us.
Right. I need to go talk to them. I
Right.
need to make sure that Vartex can't hear us, though.
Right. I'm not quite sure if I can help. I don't really have any way of blocking things out in that sense.
If you could keep him talking, or not even keep him talking, just sit there and watch him, and I'll take the group far away.
Right. I can do that.
And just
Me
watch him. You
and
don't
me
have to
and
talk to
the
him.
other two can probably do that.
The other two?
Yeah, like Little Wolf and Frostbite.
Oh god, I forgot about those. Forgot about them.
There's a few of you at the moment.
Was rolled up into town like, hey, what's up?
Like Wild West.
Okay. That's a good idea. If you can just sit there and watch him. You can
Right.
communicate over long distances, can't you, Mana?
Yes.
Right. Good. If he moves, you tell us. Just keep an eye on him and
Right.
see what he's doing. I'm gonna go talk to my friends.
Okay. I trust you.
I wish I did the same. I shall go back inside.
And that is at the point where Sean finds out that he can hear his thoughts.
Yeah. Like you said, I don't need to hit you, but I want to.
That's understandable. I completely agree. But I can give you something better than hitting me. I can give you some information about your wife, if that helps.
I don't believe you.
Okay. Well, I'm not very trustworthy either, so I guess that's understandable.
Oh, hey, Miss Celeste. Just letting you know he can hear our thoughts.
Yes, I would assume so. I need to
You
talk
guys
to you.
talking in your heads?
Something that you'll get used to, Drakek, if you hang around us.
Oh, okay.
There's much to be said by words that aren't spoken out loud. And she'll place a hand on John's shoulder and kind of like pull it a little bit. And just go, I need to talk to you, all of you,
Yeah.
privately if you don't mind.
Up and ready to follow.
Right. Well, I'll be here with my drinks until you return.
And Celeste's going to turn and look at Vartex and speak to him in Sylvan and just go, I've got people watching you, and I swear if I see you move, I'll chase you to the end of this earth and the next.
I believe you.
She'll turn and kind of like gesturing out the door. I don't want to talk anywhere near him. Should mind walking?
Happy to.
As
don't
long as
trust
we
him.
don't leave the city, can't do that.
Why can't we leave the city? Oh, you're not allowed to leave the city.
No, I'm stuck.
Oh, right. Well, we'll go to the outskirts then. Just to the limits. I want to get as far away from him as I possibly can. I've got Mana, Little Wolf, and Frostbite kind of watching him, and Mana said that she'll reach out if she has any sees him move.
Perhaps, Miss Celeste, if I may, rather than going somewhere strictly private, we should go somewhere really public where
There are lots of
Maybe.
voices.
there are lots of voices.
It's not a bad idea, Ingwe.
Mr. Drekik, do you know somewhere that we can go, maybe where there's fighting and arguing, political discussions and debate, a fire or a waterfall?
Would I know
Definitely
that?
think it needs a human
Yeah.
element.
There's an area called the Ting where a lot of the political issues and like the laws that have been broken and such they get discussed. It's usually very loud there. It's like a long house, kind of Viking style, where there's a few people from the Rudak Kasedan who helps settle disputes. There's a lot of shouting, and sometimes there's a little bit of fighting, depending on whatever's going on. And that is in the city. That is closer to the Archidran in the middle, It is a little bit more towards the cauldron, which is towards the northeastern side. Let's see.
You want loud, you can go off to the ting. Because that's where they argue. Let's just keep it short.
I think the more raised voices, the better, and the more angry thoughts, the better. As you said, he can read minds, so it might be harder to find our voice if there are a lot of them.
Right?
Either way.
This way.
There's no problem getting there. That part of the city has not been closed off. You can get around it pretty easily. They still have trouble with the tower that was in the way, but that doesn't seem to be an obstruction for you at the moment because you're going the other way. It takes about 15, almost 20 minutes to get there. But you eventually get to this big house. It looks a little bit almost like a church without the holy symbols. And you can already hear people are shouting on the inside of it. There's no door, it's just open. And inside it's just full of, it's almost like a, when you have like a half theater where people are sitting like in a half moon.
Like an amphitheater.
Yeah, like an amphitheater. It's kind of like that on the inside with a whole bunch of wooden benches and stuff. And it's just people shouting. And currently there's two people arguing in front of what looks to be some sort of judge or something. And there's a goat in the middle that seems to be the dispute for this specific incident. But there's a lot of shouting and people are cheering for left and right and such. But there's definitely a lot of noise in there.
Discussing the next mayor, I see.
Well, you want to shouting? Here you go.
This is actually perfect.
So, as we're walking, Ingwe will recount the words that Vartik said while she was out of the room. With he's trained to do this. This is part of his community, so he would have and he probably hasn't done this before for the party, but he would word to word, probably with Vartik's voice as well, recount the conversation that we had in the room, including the stuff that happened in our heads. So, Drekik, you would actually, if you don't understand Orcish, there'd be a period of conversation that was in Orcish.
I understand. Okay.
Yeah, great.
Hey.
Oh, you guys, I'm the only one that doesn't understand.
You don't even play an orc.
So if someone wants to translate while I'm speaking in Orcish so that Celeste knows what I'm saying,
Sean
I think
will
that's
happily
what we'll
do that.
Right.
Creature means... And, yeah.
So that's just surprised that Jean can speak a language other than common. Finally, something unusual about you. Orcish of all things. Right. So I think we can all agree that we don't trust him. I think that's something that we can all come to the same agreement on.
100%. I was
Honestly-
going to say, not as far as I could throw him, but I feel like I could throw him pretty far.
Honestly, I don't know, but from your impressions, I would say, yeah, we can't trust him.
Right, I think we should explain a little bit about what's going on, because I feel as though we've just dragged you along on the end of a piece of string. through
I
all of
feel
this.
I have no choice but to be dragged along at this stage.
Right. Where should we start? Should we start at the beginning?
In the beginning.
Not that far back in Grey.
Oh, sorry.
So that tattoo on your arm, then she'll kind of roll up her sleeve a little bit.
That one, not this one.
No, this one.
Right.
It's a map.
Map. There was... When I got it, there was this dragon thing that showed up. He said he was looking for a map. It was I had a vision of some kind.
We had a vision.
Yes. There was a great, a 5-headed dragon, and he was get the map at all costs. And this is the map.
In a sense, it's not a map by itself. And she'll kind of like hold out her arm like next to Ingwe's. They're a map together.
So there's 5-headed dragons coming to chop off all our arms.
Potentially. I have no idea what you're talking about with this dragon. What I saw was not that. When I received my tattoo for the very first time. I did not see a dragon. Did it have a name?
This dragon didn't have a name. There was something else. There was a dragon, and there was like lots of undead, and there were hail the legion, or whatever. I don't know. And there was like a drow who was like, we need to kill Vecna? Yes, Vecna. That's about it. That's all I got.
I'm going to look towards Ingwe and go, can you make sense of any of that?
Yes, actually. Mr. Drekkick, before you saw this vision, did you have a moment of blinding whiteness?
Yes.
Okay.
And it wasn't the eggs.
Before you saw the dragon, what did you see as the image before those people started talking? What was the picture? Can you picture it?
There was dragon born of some kind.
There was a person first.
Or
Was there
person.
something before the person? Was there mundane objects? Maybe a table or a chair?
I have forgotten.
So in the white room there was the pedestal, and on that pedestal there was engravings of a young dragonborn getting sent away, and then a circle of all the gods, including Ran, around her.
And that's a different image than the one that we saw when we had the
Yep.
map. Yeah, that's
You
that's
all saw a
basically
different
what I'm
one.
trying to get to. Yeah.
Yep.
Does his description strike Ingwe as similar enough to John and Celeste's story to match the story that we saw in Valentina's home?
Yes, it's definitely the same thing, like the white blinding light, a pedestal with a book and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's definitely the same thing.
Is there any mythology that Celeste would know of that depicts 5-headed dragons?
You can make a history check.
Oh yes, I'm good at these. Come on, baby.
And in
Ooh.
Valentina's room, did it have his image in Valentina's room?
No, it was all blank.
It was all blank, yeah. That's right.
21 for history.
You know of one multi-headed dragon. Tiamat.
I thought as much.
But as a side note, this dragon was all red.
Okay.
So not Tiamat.
So that depiction doesn't strike a chord.
No. The only one you ever heard of that had like 5 heads was Tiamat.
Okay.
And would John recognize the name Vecna at all? I'm incredibly doubtful. But
You can make a religion
he's
check.
searching through his mind
I don't
palace
think
looking
I
for the
would
draw.
recognize Vecna.
Yeah, you can make a religion check. Anyone who thinks that they might know what Vecna is, if you don't think that you necessarily know.
We got the symbol of Vecna though.
No. You get a symbol of Claro
We got a symbol of Claro.
and the Book of Claro mentioning Vecna.
Yes. That in the book that Celeste has read.
No, the book that you stole from the merchant.
The book that I stole.
Yeah. You went into a store after you defeated the Drow Strider, and you found a book in there that had a similar symbol than her necklace.
I haven't read that book for sure. That's the sort of stuff.
No, you don't. You haven't done that.
No.
What'd you get, Sean? 5?
5.
Nah, that's probably just some person.
Yeah.
You got a 1? You're muted.
Sorry. I rolled, and I thought that was going to be a shitty one because it is nothing compared to my history. But I actually got a 22 because I rolled natural 19.
Jesus.
Nice.
Right. Well, you definitely know of Vecna. You know how she was, or he was related to Marius and all that leash stuff that happened at the end of the second era, where the world pretty much, like the end of the first era, where the world started burning, pretty much was mostly related to his side of things. And he's a great necromancer, and he's considered a god of amongst necromancers. But apparently, someone doesn't like him.
Are you telling us this stuff, Celeste?
Yeah, so Celeste would be putting the pieces together.
Yeah.
As kind of when he finishes talking, she'd be like, okay, so the Legion of the Undead, and then Vecna, and then multi-headed dragon, and end of the world, and then kind of pulling bits of what we've already spoken about.
Miss Celeste, I'm just trying to. I know that I always ask these morality questions. If there's a risk that we could be helping this Vecna fellow, god guy, by getting you home, should we take that risk?
How would we be helping him?
We don't have enough information. I don't know that there. I think that's the thing with risk. I don't see how it would. But Vartex is trying to do this. My initial thought was, why don't we just make a deal with this dude? He's literally trying to make us make a deal to say we'll do the thing that we want to do, apart from not hitting him, which Mr. John said he doesn't need to do. His request is exactly aligned with ours, apart from hurting him.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Before we got into that, I was just trying to explain to Drekik how we were all supposedly interconnected.
Actually, Miss Celeste, Drekik, who's the god? Who's the god on your arm?
That's Ran, who I don't know why I've been chosen by Ran. He's been dead for many years, and now he's not, supposedly. It's very confusing because you see here, and I pull out my amulet, which has all the god symbols on it. Here is the symbols of all the gods. And usually Ran's symbol is in the middle, but as you can see, it's empty. Because his symbol's been removed. Because he's dead. So, I don't know why he's on my arm now. Very confusing.
How many gods are there?
9, including Ran.
Yeah.
Well, gods never truly die.
Well, this one was... Yes. He was very, he was not humble, really, and he, picked a fight with someone who had a very, very powerful weapon, or as the story goes, and was slain.
Well, I think that gods, by the mere title, earn the right to be not humble, but I do suppose that would grate on people's nerves. So you're saying that he's... So what happened exactly? Did he speak to you? Did you have a dream or woke up with the markings, or...?
That's the thing. The vision that, as you say, was the result of me getting this map. Afterwards, I also had this. I didn't have tattoos before this morning.
Your mother must be so proud.
My mother's been dead a while,
Doesn't mean she can't be proud.
I suppose.
Right. So, you've awoken, as of this morning, with not only the tattoo that links you to our cause, which we still need to explain to you what that is, but also a symbol of the god once feared dead, now returning seemingly through you as a chosen vessel. Well, perhaps not vessel, but instrument.
Yes. So, I am chosen, like my father's a chosen of the Stormlord, and I am a chosen of Ran, and we're marked by the god symbols to show that.
What does being chosen actually mean?
Good question. We are champions of the gods, and we're just basically chosen to be the gods' champion.
Right. Kind of like sit back on the bench a little bit and like rubbing her temples.
Wait, so do you need to get more followers? Like, are you going to try and convince us to get tattoos as well?
No. No. The tattoos are just a mark from the god to show that we are that god's champion. Because in our religion, I don't have to convert everyone to believe in Ran, because we all sort of believe in everyone. If that makes sense.
Yeah, sure.
But so we all believe in all the gods, but we also all believe that Ran is dead. And so this shouldn't happen.
Who killed him?
It was a man by the name of...
A man killed the god.
Yes. It was a man. Harren. Harren, also the stories say, a man by the name of Harren took up a great weapon called the End of All.
Seems to be a running theme here. Of the gods being frightened of mortals. In some form or another.
I'm sorry if this, everything we heard in that, with the council the other day and all that, but, you said your father was a champion of the Stormlord.
Yes, he was chosen to be the champion of Stormlord, and because of that, he became the leader of our tribe.
And I hope it's not out of line for me to ask, but you said you were exiled. Did that happen by chance this morning as well, or late last night?
That was a few days ago now.
All right. Sorry, just things running through my head.
So that's understandable. There's things running through my head as well.
Well, with all this going on here, this Vortex individual, I think we told you about how they stole this thing from us, and now they're here after us chasing them down. They're seemingly giving it back. If not, that's the basic rundown of it. The fact that they've got it back, I want to hurt him. But based on everything you told me about these creatures, Celeste, I feel like our best option would be to take this thing and leave. But I know that might not be as easy for you compared to maybe us.
I have been searching the past 80 years for a way to get back home. And now, after a matter of weeks of traveling with you, all of a sudden the answer has turned up on the doorstep. Not in any conventional way, I'll admit, but it would be frightfully hard for me to turn away that now.
I just want you keep in mind, it's more so the potential of an answer. I mean, based on what we've seen this guy do before, and we know he's not lying.
Well, Mr.
Even
John, we can bind him to the truth as part of our agreement. He can still weasel words. He can still not. But we could bind him to the truth.
Something about what he said doesn't sit right with me either, though. He said that we need to protect him if we're close by and he's in danger, right? But what if the thing we're protecting him from is someone who we are allies with?
Yep. That's the problem with blind loyalty. You don't know everything that person's done or the links they're with. We don't know what we're defending against.
speaking to Mana earlier when we were outside, she made a good point that I agree with. These creatures are devilishly tricky. They have a way of, as Ingo said, mincing words, twisting them, and folding them up and delivering it to you in a way that you do not expect. So if we were to take this deal, I'm not saying that we will, I'm not saying that we should, but if we were, we would need to have a way to outsmart him, and somewhere in that contract give ourselves an escape clause.
All right. You have anything in mind?
That's the thing. I feel as though anything that we think of, he would have already thought of.
I mean, that's why I asked you the question, Miss Celeste. On the face of it, Mr. John clearly has outlined his play here. That actually you're the person that binds us to this man. That I'm intrigued and have not a lot to lose by this deal. Mr. John has a lot to lose and not a lot to gain. And I mean, Mr. Drekic, welcome to the tattoo club. I don't know what you have to lose and to gain, but Miss
Currently,
Celeste,
I don't have anything to lose. What you see is what you got.
yeah, Miss
I've
Celeste
already lost everything.
has a lot to gain from this, and so on the face of it, our goals align. Once we put aside revenge, and I think we've already put aside revenge. I think we've put aside revenge before we even met him. That it was about the bigger picture. So
It's a close call.
if words are something that I am particularly good at, particularly unwritten. If it's an oral contract, we used to play these games all the time with similar magic that wasn't binding, to trick and weasel and
It
that's
won't
why I
be
asked
oral.
that's why I asked the question, Miss Celeste. What's the thing that we lose by agreeing? What's the limits of the things that we don't know that you're willing to part with to agree to go home?
It's a very difficult question, Ingwe. You asked me a week ago and I would have said anything. You have to understand, I have not seen my family in a very long time. Not seen my homeland, not had any word or contact with them. So it's a very, very difficult decision for me to make. Something that you've been searching so long for, longer than you've been alive. I've been searching for this. And to have it potentially so close, clouding my judgment.
Okay. Well, will you trust me to say the words? You tell me what you want, and I'll.
We need an
Oh.
escape clause.
Yeah, there's plenty of escape. I think the first thing that, from Mr. John's perspective, how do we know that we're saying is truth? That the first clause needs to be truth that binds him to the truth.
Right.
And to get out, the out is when we've succeeded. And I think the other route is I think the other clear out is if we don't believe we can succeed. And that,
Yes.
with that truth, if we bind ourselves to truth, then that gives him the safety that we can't dishonestly think. We can't say, oh, that man's too big, we can't defeat him. If we bind ourselves to truth in the contract. And then the second part is bind ourselves to belief in success. And then the third part is releasing the contract at success.
At success? Or at completion? The two may not necessarily be the same.
I think you want success. I think you want the veil to come down so you can go home.
Oh, so that doesn't mean I'd be willing to sacrifice any of you.
Maybe me.
Well, perhaps. Wasn't going to say anything.
I mean, I don't know you. You don't know me. It makes sense.
If he tells us, because the thing that's sitting in the middle of all this is information. If he tells us how to do it, that's what I need. I don't need him. I just need him to tell me how to do it.
Mm-hmm. You need to, yeah, 100%. That's what we're looking for. That's the trade. The
And
information.
so success does not determine the completion.
Should we bind him to a place?
In what sense?
If we don't need him to succeed, as part of the agreement, we can bind him away from us.
Until
Set up
needed. Because I wouldn't put it past him to ensure that he is there when the veil opens. I wouldn't put it past him to say, to one of the key ingredients is throwing in one of his toenails or something into the, there would be something at the end that he needs to be there for.
Oh, you think he's going to make himself necessary to completion?
Yes.
Is that a bad thing?
No, but it could be a hindrance, which is why I'm thinking if we had somewhere to put him.
Yeah, like in a bottle.
That's what I'm thinking. That we could take with us. He wouldn't be in danger. Something couldn't...
In the tent.
Well, we can't collapse the tent with him inside it.
In a pocket in the tent.
Oh no, you can't put a living creature in those pockets. They'll die.
It's a dimension. He's a dimensional being.
No, they still need oxygen.
I wonder if he could create a dimension in the tent.
We could ask. I don't know what the limits of his power are. I've never gone toe-to-toe with a Fey creature like him before. Never needed to, nor wanted to.
Based on our interactions so far as well, I have a feeling he's not going to want to sit still for that long.
Well, at least not out in the open. He said that he'd be willing to go to a mortal prison, which makes me think that the enemies that are chasing him are mortal. So if we did find him somewhere that required magic to get to, or at least the knowledge of.
Like, Mana's room.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yes!
But I don't trust him alone with her. That is my concern.
No, he doesn't need to be with her. He just needs to be bound to the room. The binding will bind him. The truth and binding. If he agrees to be bound to a place, and he's got to do it in the same way we will have to.
As long as we specify until needed, because the last thing I want is for him to go, sorry, can't open it because I can't leave. He will bind himself so tightly just for the joy of watching plans unfurl.
I can. Would you have told us about I would have asked about the dream thing.
Who?
Would you have told us about the dream weaver?
Oh yeah, I would have told you that it's real. So I verified that it is
Yeah.
in fact what it said it is.
I could bind him to my dreams.
I don't think it works the other way. So he'd still have a material body. Unless... See, the thing that scares me is that the artifact is very powerful. But you could potentially conjure something such as a binding bottle or something from a dream to then materialize. But you would be the only one that would be able to do it, I would assume.
Mr.
Are you okay?
I'm trying to wrap my head around all this. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little difficult, but my biggest concern is that we put forth all this and he turns around and says, nope, you do it on my terms.
Well, then we walk.
He's already said these terms, Mr. John. We're just dictating language about the terms that he's already said. He's already suggested being in prison.
Sure. But, I mean, I don't understand how it works, but I imagine being stuck in a magic bottle would probably be different to a run-of-the-mill prison.
But it would be safer for him,
Sure.
which is how we sell it.
Oh, I'm not saying we shouldn't try it. I'm just trying to think like him.
I mean, those things, from what I've heard, tend to be quite roomy on the inside.
If you make it like Mana's room, he can do whatever he wants. It'd be like being home, but not really, because no one else is there.
All right. I mean, you guys definitely got the words for it. I wouldn't even know half of what to say. Some of the words you were saying, I'm not even sure I understood. So, I'm happy to put it in your hands. I trust you with your understanding of all this.
Right. So what are the terms, Ingwe? Truth. Above all else.
We bind each other to mutual truth in this agreement.
We
And
bind
you'll
him
know
to
my name.
Yeah, and we'll know his.
his.
Mr. Drekik, the reason why Mr. John said don't tell him your name is because if he had your name and asked you to agree to something without you knowing, then you could have agreed to do something you didn't want to do that you would have been bound to.
A name is the most powerful tool a person has.
Okay.
I gave him my name before my full name, and he decided to poke around in my mind pretending to be the Stormlord.
He did. What?
Yeah, I thought you wouldn't like that.
So we bind each other to mutual truth.
Bind him to a place of our choosing until the veil is open. Or close to completion.
So the next thing we need to do is explain what we're going to do.
What is it that we're going to do?
Take down the barrier of the veil.
Yes.
If we are able. When we are able? if and
No,
when we're
I
able.
do not think that we should give ourselves a time. Because if we say when we are able, it means as soon as we have,
Hmm.
2 or 3 days, we would be bound to do it then.
And we want from him.
Don't want anything from that man.
The information,
Creature.
isn't that what we want?
Well, yes, but he's giving us, well, I suppose, he has to sign before he'll give us the information. But I think that's where the truth comes in.
If you bind him to truth, does that mean that anything he says to us would be truthful?
Yes. It's very black and white. But it would also work the other way.
We can't lie to him. You cannot say things, but you can't say a lie. So he would be very good at saying things that are not.
Technically a lie.
He claims to have information on my wife. I don't believe him, but I guess this will tell.
He also can tell you things that he believes is true, even if they're not.
Oh, I understand that part of it. All right. We confident with what we got?
Can I check on the goat?
The goat has long since been replaced with a group of ducks and some geese, and 2 women squabbling over a child.
DM question:
Yep.
Do I I'm relatively confident as Ingwe that I could roll to create the mana's room as a bottle, but Jacob doesn't have the words to describe that. What I would do, is that something that actually Ingwe would feel comfortable describing as an item?
Yeah, potentially. You can probably do something like that. It's kind of like Aladdin's thing, but you'd have to sleep to do it.
Yeah.
You have to activate it before you go into a dream.
Yeah.
Also
so
got to keep in mind, he said that Dreamweaver thing can only be used by someone very powerful. What if none of us have the capability?
That's why I think that Ingwe is the only one that would be able to do it.
All right.
I have some abilities.
I understand. I mean, we all have abilities.
I mean, you trust Ingwe more than me. I know.
I've known you 20 minutes, Drekik. Don't make
I
this a thing.
understand. I'm not taking it personally. I understand.
Well, hey, Mr. Drekik, I'd really appreciate your prayers.
Sure. Right.
Later. I've got to sleep, but I've got to sleep. We've got to check that Mr. Vartex is
Oh, right. Okay. Sure.
agreeable to our terms.
What helps you sleep?
Cup of cocoa and a nice pat on the head.
Are we sleeping now before we see him, or after?
After.
Oh, okay.
I think it's still relatively sort of like mid-morning or something, right?
Like 7, maybe 8, 9 a.m. now.
Yeah.
So, we bind him to a place of our choosing until the time where we determine it is in all of our best interest to free him.
I think if we put Hill on a time limit, I think if we bind it to you, Celeste, because he knows you want to go home too.
Okay. So until I have returned home. But that's what concerns me, is that if he has made himself instrumental some way in opening the veil, then it'll be a catch-22.
I don't think he. If he was instrumental in opening the veil, he would have opened the veil.
He's the one who said he just hasn't had time because he's been running
Followed.
down
I don't
death.
believe that for a second.
20 Oh,
It's
I
bigger
didn't,
than him.
I didn't see the arrows in that, didn't you? But I didn't see them. Alright, so what would you suggest then?
When you're ready, that's the time. When Celeste is ready to go home. I think he'll see that. He knows enough about your brain to think that is not Mr.
But-
John saying, for example, or me saying, haha, I'm not. I think when you're ready to go is.
But I'm ready now.
Yeah, but not if you don't know what the cost is. When you know the cost and you're willing to pay it. That gives you the out. You've already said you wouldn't sacrifice me or Mr. John. Maybe Drekic.
Still here.
You being ready now gives him the urgency to agree to the. You've got to, when you make these agreements, you've got to give him
Okay.
something to.
So by our definition, by me being ready to go, means that we have tied up the ends that we need to here. But we do not need to tell him that.
Yeah.
If it's his power creating the binding, would he not need to know that?
Because definitions are subject to one's own personal experience. And so what he defines as me being ready.
It's not his definition. He just has to think that she'll do it.
Because me being ready is determined on my definition of ready, not his. It doesn't matter what he thinks me being ready is at the end of the day.
But he's not going to agree to when you're ready, Mr. John, because you might never be ready.
Yeah, I understand that side. Yeah. No, all right. If we believe it'll work, I trust you. I lived a pretty simple life without magic up until I pretty much met you guys, and so
Apparently
everything I've
hang around
learned,
with a lot of orcs.
I picked it up. My wife used to speak it. Their side of the family had a few words, so I learned it from her.
Interesting.
But yeah. I mean, everything I know about magic, for the most part, I either learned from you or my sister. So I'm happy to trust anything that you
It's
say.
not so much magic at this point, Jean. It's more about semantics.
All right. Well, semantics, I definitely learned a bit about from my sister. So, yeah. No, I trust you. I'm ready to put my hands in, well, I guess my fate in your hands.
You know what this reminds me of? It's that from like The Princess and the Frog, where it's like, it's the green, it's the green, it's the green. Like when you shake the horse in his hand. It's like,
I haven't seen that movie in a long time, so I don't remember that, unfortunately.
whereas like getting like his cards right and like makes the deal with the voodoo man.
Oh, yeah, yep. I see that.
Yep. Right.
The last thing is how do we bind him to the place that we don't have yet?
Well, we said a place of our choosing. Where he will be safe.
Oh yeah, we have to commit to keeping him safe.
But the good thing is, he has said that if we're nearby, if we want to go somewhere for a while, we could just leave him in Mana's room. Leave the bottle there and...
That's what I was going to ask. How does distance work between sort of dimensions? Like, if he's in a different dimension, even though we have the bottle, does that mean he's far away from us at all times, or because
Yes
the
and
bottle's
no.
close to us? All right. I have a feeling the answer would be something like that.
It's like asking how far away is, how far is light from you? It's both very far away and both very on you. It's both.
Okay. Yeah. I don't understand how light works, but I'll take your word for it.
Like the sunlight, it's on you,
It's
but
like-
it's also everywhere.
How long's a piece of string, John?
It depends on the piece of string, I guess.
Exactly.
Oh,
Yes. Yeah.
okay. Jean doesn't fully understand. He's like,
Is that?
yep. He's wise, he ain't
I
smart.
get it.
Yep. All right.
Right, so, Ingwe, what have we got?
We bind each other to mutual truth. We commit to bringing down the barrier to the veil when Celeste is ready to go home. Vartex will provide the information necessary as we request it. Vartex will be bound to a place of Ingwe's choosing. We commit to keeping Vartex safe as we are able.
And he must buy us drinks if he's nearby.
I mean,
Free drinks, right?
free drinks.
We'll see if he agrees to that one.
Yes, that one can be the pot sweetener.
That's my.
Right.
Mr. John, are you agreeable to these terms?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just trying to think if there's an emergency and I need to leave. But not leave us, leave the circumstance, I guess. But I guess the clause covers that.
Well, should we have a void? I mean, if, let's say,
Oh yeah.
sure, like something that would make the contract void.
If he
If-
puts himself in harm's way purposefully.
Or if we find out that his intentions are not in our favor.
They're not in our favor.
I understand they were never in our favor to begin.
Does it
Yes.
stipulate that he cannot harm us in that? From memory, we're simply protecting him in that instance. I know he said.
Oh yeah.
That,
Good. Yes, we commit to.
Or he cannot directly partake in any actions that would bring danger to us.
Yeah, it needs to be another mutual one.
Well, we've already said that we'll keep him safe.
Yeah,
As we
but
are able.
Mr. John's saying he wants Vartex to have to keep us safe.
I just don't want him to hurt us more than anything. Especially with what he's capable of, and if he can trick some things or call in others.
Might be hard if he's trapped in a bottle, but
I suppose if our job is to protect him, that's all well and good. But what if, I suppose, what John's trying to say is, what if he starts attacking us? We can't attack back.
Yeah, but Miss Celeste wants the out clause that if you're able. Are you happy for him to have that clause too?
Sure.
He just can't attack us. Yep.
I guess. Yeah.
he cannot partake in any actions that would bring harm to us, which would
Yeah.
also involve conspiring with others.
Yeah.
Man, when you got to word things carefully, you got to think about a lot of different angles.
Which limits
Shit's
us.
tricky.
That's one of the things that he wanted to limit us. He wanted us to be limited in harming each other. We commit to preventing harm.
If we're able.
All right. I think it's time we go back and have a chat then.
Yep.
Right.
What happened with the the chickens?
And the
They're
child.
long gone. There is now what looks to be a crocodile, and a few
Oh,
of the
Ingrid, look at
individuals
Ingrid, look at
fighting
that
over who
crocodile.
owns it.
That's a crocodile. I am a dragonborn. Difference.
Is there actually a crocodile?
Yeah,
So it's like, Ingrid, look at that thing. Look how cool that looks.
definitely not native to this area, but yeah.
Swim, speed.
Did you have any questions for us, Drekik? While we're here and out of, hopefully, earshot.
Yes. You're 80?
Oh, no, darling, I'm not 80. 120. No, 25?
Oh.
28. It's hard to keep track here.
You're looking well for 128.
Thank you. You should see my mother. She's close to 600.
Right. Long lifespans. Got it. No, I'm good.
Right? You didn't have any questions about the,
Oh, right. Yes. Visions and stuff. Sorry, my brain's hurting from thinking.
We can discuss it later if we've had enough to digest for now, but I just thought if there was anything
feel
pressing.
like we should discuss that later, because Vartex has probably been sitting there for an hour now, and we've got 20 minutes to go back. So he's probably finishing his drinks.
Hopefully, before we go to sleep tonight, we can fill you in on some of the finer details of what you have found yourself in. Because it's quite an amusing
just make it all
tale.
come real, and then I can see it.
Oh no, no, it means real.
Yeah.
So the end of the world and destruction, we don't really want that. We don't want to conjure that.
Oh no, we don't want that. No.
No. Plus, he has to dream of something else tonight, and we need to allow him to concentrate on just one thing. Because if he has any nightmares, then I've
Ingwe,
seen terrible
don't
things
think
happen.
of the end of the world.
Celeste will sing you a song. Raindrops on roses. And when you go to sleep.
Are we counting on Celeste songs?
I've seen these things go very, very wrong in the past. So. Right, shall we begin the trek back?
Yep.
Let's do it.
Right. Make your way
I like
back.
how that's how we all walk.
Yeah. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful wizard of Oz.
You eventually end up back at the Raven's Child with Bartex. And he's still sitting there. Doesn't look like he touched any of his drinks, but he's still sitting there.
As we're kind of like on the back of the earlier conversation and kind of watching his face now as we enter, do I get the impression from him that he is trying to take us for a ride? Like, is he trying to fuck us over? Or is he generally just wanting to use us to get back to the Feywild?
You can make an insight check, I guess. It's a little hard to really answer that question, to be honest, in that sense, but you can try.
I can hear frogs in the background.
Yeah.
I just imagined that was like the chaos that was happening behind us.
Yeah.
Insight, 19.
Right. It seems to be truthful. Seems to actually just want to go home.
Right. Just gonna take out the bottle and swig it again.
So, what do we need to do to finalize this contract, Mr. Vartex?
Oh, he pulls out a contract and puts it on the table. I have a contract here. As soon as we verbally agree on the terms, it will automatically add it to the contract. Then everyone just needs to sign it or make an X if you don't know how to write your name, whichever.
Well, we've had a conversation about some terms.
Right.
We'd like to start. We bind each other to mutual truth.
What do you mean?
means what it says.
Right.
You
I'm
have
a
to-
pathological liar. I have a little bit of an issue with that one, but I will promise after hard work to not lie to you.
If you want to be bound to truth with us, that's the
Cannot
first condition.
intentionally tell a lie.
Well, I lie all the time, but
As part of this contract, you'll be unable to lie.
To us.
I don't like that part. That's the problem.
The
How
truth
about I don't have to tell you all the truth because I have some private matters that I don't want to discuss with anyone,
of
We
and
can
course.
you don't
choose
have
not
to
to-
protect me.
You can tell us not to. You can choose not to tell us something, but anything you do tell us has to be the truth.
And likewise us. It's mutual truth. We're just
Right.
binding. I'm not going to tell you all of my personal secrets.
Right.
But
Even
if I
if you
do tell
ask.
you something,
Anyway, and Celeste make a persuasion check.
Okay, I'm okay at these. Charisma. It's a charisma stat. I'm okay at those.
17.
Oh, 26!
Yow.
Okay, I'll agree.
We commit to bringing down the barrier to the veil when Celeste is ready to go home.
Oh, I don't care about when Celeste wants to go home. I just want you to take it down.
Okay, we commit to bringing down the veil.
Right. Cool. I don't care when Celeste wants to go home. That's completely up to her if she ever wants to go home to her family. But that's up to her, obviously. I just want you to take it down so I can go home.
One.
Okay.
We commit to bringing down the veil.
Right.
Uh,
Next.
Vartex will provide the information necessary as we request it
About bringing down the veil.
about bringing down the veil.
Yes.
Sure, of course. That's part of the deal. I can't really help you in another way.
We just wanted to be crystal clear on the terms.
Of course.
Vartex will be bound to a place of Ingwe's choosing.
Ooh, I'm not trying to like that one. I would just want to be in jail here, for instance.
You can get out of jail.
I can get out of anything that you can throw at me. You know
Not if
what?
you're
But
bound by this contract.
our main concern is that we are promising to keep you safe. And unless we choose where you are, where you can be protected, then that point is mute. The
Well, I mean,
protection is mute.
you're promising to protect me if you're near me. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to protect me when you scuttle off and do whatever you do. But I would prefer to stay simply in the jail here, and I'll promise by law binding contract that I will not leave from there.
No, because then we can't keep you safe.
You're not supposed to keep me safe.
Well, then what is the point of that being in the contract?
Well,
If you
if
do not want
someone
us-
attacks me right now, you need to protect me, but not if you're not near me. That's what I mean.
Well,
I
then
can
what
take
if
care
we
of
were
myself
never
in that
near
sense.
you?
Well, you don't have to worry about that part then.
Define near.
If you can see me and I'm getting hurt, then I would like you to help me.
But if you were able to get out of any situation, regardless of whether or not we're there, if it would be inconsequential for you, then what is the point of putting it in the contract?
Because I really like the jail here.
Why?
What's at the
so good
jail?
about it?
I just have my own personal cell that I sometimes go to clear my mind. It's a good place where no one looks for me because they don't think that someone of my stature is in a mortal jail.
Well, what I'm suggesting, Mr. Vartex, is that I created a pocket dimension. My friend Mana has this wonderful place where you can create a place however you like, and
Right.
let's say we keep it in a bottle.
You would have
And-
all the amenities that you need, and you would be shielded from those trying to find you, those trying to hurt you, and protected from all sorts of scrying magic. I mean, I cannot see what the downside is here.
All right.
Of course, you'll lose your. I think that the key thing is you'll lose your freedom to wander the world and make mischief for us.
but I already am staying put, so I guess that makes sense. All right, I'll agree to those terms in your little thingy dingy.
And of course, we commit to preventing harm to each other.
Yes, I won't want to hurt you now that you're helping me.
And you cannot
That would be-
partake in any actions that would directly harm us.
Or
either.
indirectly.
Or
No,
indirectly.
I will not partake in anything of the sort that will harm you.
Right. Those
That
are our
one,
terms.
Don't forget that one.
Ah, Drekik wants to add that
We want.
we want to add, and this is negotiable, that you will buy drinks for us when we are together in a bar.
Right. Okay, I guess that's a pretty simple thing to do.
Good
Right.
idea, Brendan.
Thank you, John.
Right. And you see the contract starts writing out the names and the words and everything that you have put on there. Sure. Let's get on with it then. And then you see his name just appear on the contract.
Can I do that too?
If you in your head think I want to accept this contract, you can.
Yeah. I'll do that too.
Or you can write it physically. That's up to you. So he agrees to the contract.
Celeste will also have her name appear. And just as a note, Celeste's signature is very, like, almost indecipherable. Like, it's all, like, flourishes and swirls and symbols, and it's very, like, over the top.
It's like an art noir. Like background.
Yeah.
Very well.
Sean's gonna look Vartex up and down and be like, I just need to clarify something on it. And he's gonna turn around to one of the other patrons in the bar, and he's already got gold pieces. He's gonna give him a gold. He's gonna try to grab someone and just be like, hey,
Hey, what's up?
got a thing there with my friend.
Right.
I'll give you this gold. You slap him in the face. You have to wait for me to give you the signal. I'll point at you.
All right. Sure. Cool. Yeah, I'm good at slapping people. Yeah.
All right. Give him a gold, walk over, and I'll be like, you specified we only had to protect you if you were nearby in that. And we could see you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just curious. And I close my eyes and I point at the guy.
Okay.
In the hopes basically being like, that's the signal.
Right. Everyone else has their eyes open, so right now you need to protect them.
But not, so only Ingwe and Celeste have to, because Draco hasn't signed yet.
Yes. Correct.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to reach out and just try and, like,
Right.
grab the guy's hand.
Whoa, hey, easy. We're just signing a contract here. Go away, little mortal man. Jesus. Sean.
You're good.
I have a question.
Nice
Tap him on the
try.
back.
When that
clarifying.
happened, was it like an instinct? It was kind of just like a natural, like, reflex to do that?
It was like if someone attacked you as a reflex, you just did it.
Yeah.
But you still have control of how you did it. That was just what you chose to
Yes,
do.
yeah,
Like, it
I
wasn't
didn't-
like you're compelled, if you want to talk Vampire Diaries, to do so, but you are compelled to follow the contract in that sense.
I was just wondering if Celeste has a choice to, like, defend, or if she's going to go on, like, the offense and just, like,
Like-
punch a guy.
Burn the
Like-
place down.
Yeah. Well, it's
Like you
like-
didn't like attack him and
Turn
cut
into
his
a wolf.
throat and stuff. You can respond in
Killed
a
him.
manner that makes sense to you. You don't like, oh, I just have to chop his head off now.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That was just, I was just wondering. Alright, sorry.
Oh, but I got 2 gold if I'm gonna slap him in the face.
Oh, it's fine. You did well. Thanks, Ryan.
I'm so confused right now, but
Go
thank
get
you.
yourself a drink.
All right, I'm gonna buy some underwear, and then he walks over.
Good. All right. No, I just
Nice
wanted to
try.
clarify. Hey, I don't fully understand this shit, and you fucked with me once, so I just wanted to make sure I understood the terms properly.
My
All right.
apologies.
I'm assuming there's like an ink and quill that he's provided.
There's like an ink and quill at the bottom as well, for those who do not want to sign it mentally.
John's going to sign his name as he would, just the most childlike font See?
Yeah,
Put
it's
it
like
back.
an X-ish.
Yeah.
And Joker's gonna come up with the contract. He's just gonna squint at it for a while, and then just take the quill and just put an X on.
Right. Well, everyone has signed. We're all in the code. Thank you. And the contract disappears. Right, so let's get on to it. So, I know how to get back. I mean, not get back. I know how to break this ward, as it's called. The Cimmerian ward, with a fancy name they have given it. There's 4 of these wards. I know where one of them is at the moment.
First thing, I'd like an ale, please.
Give Brendan an ale, please. And he brings you over an ale, the barman.
Thank you. Continue.
Right. There's 4 of these wards, and I know where one of them are. I mean, I understand that you probably have a lot of stuff going on, considering the apocalypse and everything about to happen, but, I mean, I believe in you more than anyone else, so maybe I should start with how to break it. The ward that I have found so far is located in Sahani. It is located in El Bashar in Sahani. And he slides a little, looks like almost like a playing card, but on the playing card it has a little symbol that looks like a floating obelisk tied down with chains with a hole in the middle. This needs to be destroyed, all 4 of them do, before the veil will come down. Unfortunately, it needs to be destroyed with something really, really powerful. But luckily for me, you're already looking for something of the sort. Because you are looking for the God Hammer as well. And if you had that, you can break that too. I don't care about that stupid ass book.
Do I recognize the obelisk?
You have seen the drawing of it before in the book in your intro.
Yep.
And it does seem very familiar. So you're already going after this hammer thingy. Once you found it, you can break the wards as well. I know where one is at the moment, and I'm still looking into finding the others, but I have looked for a long time to find these, but I'm sure we can find them together, one way or another. But I mean, I guess you will find them. I'll be under lock and key, apparently.
I can still talk to you.
How amazing. I would love that. I just want to go home. I don't care about all this crap. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just simply trying to get home. I miss living at home, even though I might die as soon as I arrive.
We have mutual interests.
I gathered as much. Anyway, about my employer. You had some questions about my employer. So, a long, long time ago, there were some crazy druids who decided that it was no longer enough to simply follow the ways of nature, that they could indeed improve upon it with necrotic energy and similar mumbo jumbo. They were outcasts from a certain tribe in the Bavarian Wilds. And one of them specific, his name is Corvin. He is the individual, the Furbolg that I'm working for. Seems to have taken a specific interest in this stupid book, believing that it will make him a god, and then once he's a god, he will kill all the gods, and then he will simply just take over, even though I am very well aware that that is not probably going to be as easy as he thinks it's going to be. Anyway, that's not up to me to decide, right? Anyway, that's what he wants. So, him and his little league of stupid druids wants to pretty much become gods and take over the world. Unfortunately, this prophecy also seems to have awoken a lot of other creatures that somehow are interested in this power. I don't really care. If I was a god, I probably would play with the world for 5 seconds and then get bored. So, for my sake, doesn't really give two shits about it. Anyway, he definitely wants it. And he seems to have some sort of ties to other groups around that are in a similar aligned feature, if you can say it like that. Um, you've seen the snake people, you were fighting them earlier. They work for him too. Even though they're not really human, they're not really not either. They're a bit of a weird mix. They have this snake god that they worship, believing that he is an ally of Corvin. Corvin also has an enemy. Corvin's enemy is Claro, who you have already met. I mean, followers of her at least. And she doesn't care about the book either, but she do not like the druids because they have crossed each other way too many times over the last 1,000 years for them not to come off on the wrong foot. And Corvin is a follower of Vecna now. Clara wants to kill Vecna. So obviously there's a bit of tension. I think that's as much information that I need to give you at this moment. I don't think there's any details that's going to be important for the rest of your journey with this. But I also did promise you each individual a little bit of information. Now, I've already given you some, Celeste, about how to pretty much come home. Sean. He pulls out another card and puts it in front of you, and on the card there's a little image of your wife. Puts a card in front of Ingwe, there's a picture of your mother. He puts a card in front of Drekik, there's an image of a sword. Whenever you want, you can activate this card and it will show you some information that you might not have known, that I know that you don't know about your situations. But I'm guessing that it's private, so you can look at it at any time that you want.
Why is mine a sword?
Well, you'll find out.
Okay.
John doesn't say anything, but just slides the card off and puts it away. Just keeps sitting there grumpy, folded arms, just looking at him.
Right. Well, so now we're at least on the same foot.
Right, well, negotiations went quite swimmingly, as far as I'm concerned. You didn't
Yeah,
seem to
you-
put up a fight to too much of them.
Well, you were a very tough negotiator, but in the end, it's pointless, most of these things anyway. Most important is the goal.
As long as you'll reach our desired outcome.
Yes.
Indeed.
And he holds up the ale. Yes.
Priorities.
Anyway, I have some last minute stuff to do before I get put into jail. I'm guessing you're not able to do it yet.
Should have it ready in the morning.
Right. Well, what am I going to do? I'm going to stay one night in my jail cell. And then I can meet you here tomorrow morning. And you can put me into whatever dimension that you want.
We will meet you here tomorrow morning.
Great. Well, toodaloo then.
I need you to say the word little shit.
That's a name trick.
Ugh. You ever do something although you're not physically dirty, you just feel dirty?
Get used to it.
I
I
prefer
guess-
being physically dirty.
can't get a refill.
Speaking of refill, I think it's time for a break.
Woo!
A lot of negotiations there back and forth.
Lots of like word mincing for him to just go, yep, 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 yep.
Yeah.
There's some things that obviously are more important to him than others. So that's like...
I can't contribute anything to this contract. I know.
I'll get us smooth.
All right, let's jump to a break, and then after the break, we can see whatever happens now. Right?
Yeah.
See you all in a bit.
Woo!
Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice. The company are experts in specialty dice, made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than the another, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a peace of sorts came to be. And such a second era came to be with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their gods after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years, the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okorlan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the rages all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start, the tension already started building again. Whatever fragile piece was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The Kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are a descendant from a real dragon. The Empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
John Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after John's father. John eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to John. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, John seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, that surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Gwel, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share, and to tell the story of the world.
There we go. After the break. There we go.
We've returned.
Post-contract.
For one night and one night only. Till next week.
You don't have to buy followers. You can just click follow. There you go. Right. So last we left off, you were signing the contract with Vartex, and then he poofed out of existence, leaving all four of you alone for the first time, probably ever.
With Mana and Little Wolf and Frostbite.
Yeah, so they're sitting at a different booth a little further down because they didn't want to be involved with what's going on here.
They signed the contract too. And
They're just like,
Yeah.
yeah, sure.
What have I got?
They signed a
myself
different
into?
contract.
Yeah.
Like they already signed it, just sign this one. Like, okay.
Yeah. Upon completion, kill your friends. Oh no.
We're bound
Finally.
to each other now too.
No, not in that sense. Like you're bound to not hurting him.
We agree to mutual truth
I guess that's true.
between all parties.
Oh.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Protect each other.
John's gonna be real quiet for some time.
So, and he just kind of, because he's been standing up this whole time, he just sort of sidles into the booth beside Ingwe, and he's like, "What's the deal with this map?"
Well, we're not entirely sure. It's been growing. As we go, but about maybe. Well, do you remember when the eye appeared in the sky?
Yes.
The
Yes.
day before that, that would have been maybe 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago.
I would have seen the eye in the sky, yeah.
You can still see it now.
Yeah.
So, it's either a very big coincidence, or we caused it. By I think happenstance, but anyway, there was an orb of power that got us into the vision that you saw. We also had one, very similar to your vision, different but similar, same vision, and then the tattoos started growing. Actually, your tattoo is very advanced. When I first got mine, it was only a couple of lines, and it's slowly grown. Where it seems yours is as advanced as ours.
But if you got yours 5 weeks ago, why am I only getting mine now?
Well, we were traveling with another man, a good-looking man called Tam, and he died, and then the tattoo left, and then we revived him, and then he went to help his mum out.
So, wait. This other man, this good-looking man, he had the tattoo as well?
Yes. Yeah, although he didn't have a vision.
So there's 5 of us.
Yeah, but I think there's only 4, because I digress. That we in the intermediate time we went and visited a lady who was from a very old family, and her family had been tracking to be there at this point where this event happened. And when we visited her, Tam's vision, my vision, was played out in her office, backyard, lounge room,
Yeah, her
Workspace.
quarters, whatever they were.
and so was Miss Celeste, and so was Mr. John's, but Tam's was blank because he hadn't had the vision, and then he died, and then he came back to life, and then obviously you had the vision, and we should go back there and see if it's come.
Where's this Tam fellow now?
He's at
If
his
he has a
mum's
tattoo
house.
as well, shouldn't he be coming with us?
No, his tattoo left and flew through the air.
Oh.
It's real cool. And obviously came to find you. I wonder why it found you. Maybe it's because of that Iran guy.
Wait, so what did this happen like close by here or something?
No.
We're not
it was
actually
warmer.
from this continent.
It happened on a different continent. So you're
Yeah.
saying, right, let me get this straight. There was 4 of you, 1 of you died, tattoo left, then he came back. And then this tattoo traversed continents and landed itself on my wrist out of everyone in the, not just in this city, but in the continents between us.
Yeah, sounds like
Yeah.
you're all caught up.
Why'd it do that? What's so special about you?
Look, I don't know. Apparently I'm a champion of the gods. But I wasn't when I got the tattoo, I assume.
Makes sense to me.
Well, if there's
Or
something that
maybe-
we've learned through our travels together, it is that coincidences are rarely coincidences, and everything happens for a reason, and everything is interconnected. And so perhaps your marking on the god Ran has something to do with your destiny for the, end of the world / preventing Armageddon. Perhaps you've been imbued with his powers due to the fact that you have been chosen.
Did you get some new powers? Can you do things you couldn't do before?
I don't think so. I don't think so, no.
He only just woke up this morning, Ingwe, with Thornton. He hasn't had time, I don't think.
I wake up most mornings.
Well, I mean, with the markings.
Oh, right, yes.
I don't know if this new contract is and all that. Trust me, it's still on topic, but I don't know if that's what's making me feel like I gotta say this or not. But that whole honesty clause, I somehow think I might have something to do with why you were chosen.
Okay.
I didn't tell you guys. But I was looking for aid or additional help in some way, and I may have tried using the fact that our new friend Vartex had used the Stormlord's name in vain, or falsified it, and so I may have called out to the Stormlord a few nights ago and asked for aid, and in turn I may have promised to help the Stormlord against that individual if they were able to send some help. And that also happened to coincide with when, I mean, at least from what you're saying, when you were exiled and when all this happened. This was a few days ago.
Oh, I don't think you had anything to do with my banishment. Don't worry about that.
All right. It just seems odd that, I mean, there was a strike of thunder at the moment I finished the prayer, and
I'm sorry, what?
there was thunder as soon as the prayer ended. It wasn't even particularly
You got a
stormy
sign?
weather. I don't know. I thought maybe, but then I thought maybe it was coincidence, and we arrived here a few days later, and suddenly you're here with the tattoo, and you're helping us, and then you said that your father was a champion of the Stormlord. So I don't know if maybe the Stormlord compelled him to act on whatever feelings he'd been feeling lately.
Have you woken up with a strange tattoo?
I mean,
Apart from that one.
not that I'm aware of. We've been in the cold, so I haven't really checked.
Looks pretty clean.
How fascinating, Jean. I never took you for the religious type to call out to the gods for aid.
Well, I thought with the situation, I thought it was maybe a little above our heads, and that whatever aid we could get.
This is intriguing to me because I feel I may have upset the Stormlord with my actions, with my father being the champion of the Stormlord and all that. But if the Stormlord is showing you signs, then maybe this is not just mere coincidence after all.
Nothing's ever a coincidence.
Well, sorry, I don't know if, again, it's just my guilt or that contract we signed, but I just felt like I had to get that off my chest. So, there it is.
John's responsible for you being sent away from your home. How do you feel about that, Dragic?
John's been sent away from his home?
No.
No,
No. Oh, right.
not exactly.
How did you three? Because you three don't seem to be the typical bunch of people to be friends growing up. How did you three come to be here?
I'm gonna need another drink.
Well,
Can we summon Vartex back?
we were the agents of action. We applied for jobs in a bar, different bar, warmer one, well, colder one, but in a warmer place. Why did you get a job, Celeste?
What do you mean?
Why did you sign up for the job?
Because I needed money.
But couldn't you just okay.
I mean, I think we've all experienced how high the cost of living can be. Can't get by on my good looks alone.
You could just hunt some boar or something.
Hunt.
I mean, that's what we did.
I tend to dwell in cities, not in the wilderness.
Oh, fair enough.
So, anyway, we were at this door, and the door needed 4 people to open it. And then, once we got past the door, we could find a thing that would help. Well, the God Hammer, which is what Vartex.
Oh, so you've got the God Hammer.
No, we know where the door is, though.
Oh,
It has something to do with our dead, not so dead friend.
the good-looking one.
Yes.
Right.
Well, subjectively.
Sorry, I don't have a lot to go off.
So, when he lost his markings, we were unable to open the door because it requires 4 individuals that have the markings. And so it was just us 3 by the time he had met his demise and then not.
I completely understand about meeting demise and then not, because that's something, if I had a certain gem, I could do myself.
Oh. Ingwe does that as well, I think. He has that trick.
Like
Oh,
one of
you know
these.
that trick. Is that a diamond worth?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, one of those.
Well,
How much money do you guys have?
well, we were working as the agent. Here, you hold on to this.
You're just giving me this.
No, you use it. You hold on to it as long as you promise to use it to revive me and my friends.
Sure. Unless, of course, I need to revive someone that's not you or your friends.
No.
No?
And
Just
then
you
I'll
and your
hold it.
friends? Alright. I mean,
Ingwe
Okay.
has one as well, so the favor goes both ways.
okay. I don't have one yet. I need to go get one.
You didn't.
I can't afford
I just held it until you agreed that you could have it, and then you could have it, and
Oh.
then I've also got one.
Oh, so
Right.
I've got one and you've got one.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Because we
Oh.
got Ingwe too.
And Miss
Oh.
Celeste, she has a science one. That's not magic. I don't know how it works. It's real cool.
It's like, but when I used it on our friend, it really gave my hand quite a shock. I think I can still feel my fingertips buzzing. But
Another question, if I may. So, you didn't get a card, but you two got cards. And he was talking to you about your wife a lot. What's up with your wife? Like, is she trapped somewhere or what?
I think the contract stated that if we didn't want to speak truthfully, we can just keep quiet. So,
Okay.
I think I did technically get a card.
Yeah, your card just got shared with everyone.
Yes. So I feel as if I got the raw end of the deal, but it's fine.
Do you want my card?
No, it's fine. I have no interest in that.
That's a bit
I
rough.
think it'd be more pertinent to you.
Oh yeah, sure.
Honestly, I have no idea why I have this card. I have
Well,
never
didn't
seen
you-
this sword before in my life.
Weren't you mentioning something to do with your god being destroyed by a very powerful weapon?
You're right. You think this could be that?
Potentially. What does the sword look like? Does it look like a dope sword? Does it look like a normal?
Looks like it looks like a pretty, how should I say, like a Celtic sword covered in runes. The entire blade is covered in runes. Not like just here and there. And it's just like everything is just the whole pattern of it is just a rune all over.
Do they look like arcane runes, or
They
do they
look like
like
runes similar to the tattoo that he has on his arm.
See, so potentially, this could be some sort of a relation to your god.
What, is there symbols on this?
Yes, you can see here, like all along the hilt and all down here. You can see them, and then she'll kind of like roll up your sleeve a little bit with her other hand. See, they're like similar.
Well, I can see that, because that's pretty good. They're a bit small though. No, can't see them.
Oh, well, from what I can see, they look similar. So perhaps tonight, before you go to sleep, you may want to have a look at the card. A little bit in further detail. He said that you could activate it or something of the sort to get more information as to what the card portrays.
Do you think it'd work if we all saw it together?
I'm not sure, potentially, unless it's been attuned only to you, which I don't believe it was.
Let's go get a room and find out.
Do you not live here?
No, I lived, I suppose, 3 days away, and now I'm
Oh, that's right, I forgot.
nowhere.
Right, if only I did have that sick cousin. Doesn't matter. We can go find ourselves a room. Is this the most hospitable place that we can find?
Well, I have a deal here.
Oh.
And I'll walk up to the barkeep. Hello, back again.
Hi again there, man. Well, how can I help you?
I'd like another room for the night, and would you guys like individual rooms, or are we happy to just chill in the one room? Or fair enough.
Doesn't bother me none. What would I owe you for this one, friend?
How much are the rooms?
Well, for a friend to call, I'd say 2 gold. I'll cover everything.
Very
You
well.
have to buy breakfast yourself on the side, though.
I will buy breakfast this morning. Things went well.
Great. I'm glad to hear it, my friend.
And I just toss over 2 gold.
Thank you so much. He hands out 4 keys.
I immediately
Thank you.
walk over with 1 gold. Yeah, consider this my contribution.
Okay. Thanks. Anything would be good at this point.
Right.
Right, well, we still have quite a few hours until sunset. Is there anything that we want to do in this place?
How much do you guys usually drink?
Oh, we can put away quite a bit when we put our minds to it.
So, here's the thing. I like drinking. And it's always funner if we play a game.
Oh, want to play a drinking game?
Isn't it like 10 in the morning? Something?
Time doesn't exist for us, Sean.
I mean, I'm not opposed to like a breakfast ale or something, but
go straight into games. Games can get unwild, wily.
I'll be honest, today's been a hell of a day.
True, it has been a busy morning.
Yeah, like we were, fighting for our lives before sunrise.
Sounds like a wonderful game, and I would love to play it with you sometime. But I think I might go spend some time with Mana.
I think
She can come and play with us.
yeah. I think Ingwe might actually need to stay sober. He's gonna have a clear mind before he goes to bed. Know exactly what he's gonna dream about, right?
Oh, right.
Oh, right.
And we also gotta have at least one person on backup in case we can't figure out this machine.
I'm afraid I feel as though I'll be no help at all.
All right. I'll do my best.
It's the Dreamweaver. The effects of it, once you awaken, you need to have quite a strong will of mind, in order to properly materialize what it is that you're thinking of without consequences.
If there's anything I got, it's pretty strong will, so I guess this might be something I might actually be able to do. Hopefully my imagination can keep up, though.
That's the other thing. The actual specifics of the item. We should perhaps discuss that so we know exactly what it is that we will be materializing.
That's why I'm gonna go talk to Mana.
Good idea.
I might tag along if you don't mind.
So as to not pick up what you're putting down there.
After lunch, I'll
Draken's just like, I guess I'll just
Read by myself.
after lunch when we come back and retire, I'll take you up on a game or two.
Well, maybe this evening's a better time.
Yes, well, whenever we're settling in.
If you need anything to drink, just let me know. If you need any other party favors, might be able to assist you too. He puts his hand across the bar, and then all these mushrooms appear. And he puts his hand over them again, and they're gone. Just let me know.
Interesting.
Is he offering us ingredients to cook something?
Yes,
I'm
John.
confused. All
There are
right.
ingredients. That is all you need.
All right. Used to get some mean mushrooms out where I used to live.
These
Make
are
good
pretty
rice
mean
dish with them.
mushrooms.
Kind of excited.
And as you know, I am currently obliged to not tell you a lie, so yes.
Guess I gotta take your word on it then. All right.
At least that's one thing good to come out of this contract, is that we're all on the same page.
Oh man, I feel sorry for you, Dreki. Welcome again, I guess.
It's like having Zone of Truth on us all the time. Just constantly Zone of Truth.
I'm really gonna hate this.
Well, you put it in there. He even said no.
All right. I'll follow you anyway, if that's all right. I think it'd be good for me to be present for that conversation, just in case. And after that, I might see if I can find an odd job, make a couple extra coin, just in case.
Good idea.
Might as well fill some time.
Yes. Coin sounds good. Don't have much.
Alright, well, shall I go speak to Mana?
All right.
I probably don't want to roleplay speaking to Mana, because I my imagination of that conversation is like a real technical, physical, like how exactly does this? Where did you buy it from? Like, how large was the thing? Like, rather than
No, that's fine. We can skip
interesting
that part.
conversation.
She basically just say that this guy Moens found it, and then realized what it was, and then pretty
Yeah,
much addressed it to them, and then had to move it, and then that's when Bartik stole it.
No. I mean that I'm asking her about her room, like the door room thing.
Oh, okay. Pretty much she didn't make it. She got someone else to make it for her.
Yeah.
So she just kind of bought it after specifications and such.
Yeah, so it'd be questions like, does it have to be a door? Does it have to be,
Yeah.
all that sort of, and that's why I don't want to roleplay it because it's like a real technical.
Yeah, no.
But in my mind, also, what I'm going to do is different than what she has. So.
Yep, that's
Is
fine.
there a magic shop in this city? It could be worth dropping into one.
Sure.
We just buy the thing rather than having to risk a wisdom save and whatever consequences will come in.
I mean, it could be worth just talking to them about it and figuring out the actual properties of an item such as that.
You know of any such places, Drekik?
Not particularly, no.
Uh-huh. Sure, we can
Should we
find
ask
someone in the street.
Should we can ask the barkeep? They
I mean,
know
I keep telling you, I'm not actually from here.
No, I know. That's fair. It's just you seem to have a better idea of the place.
We could ask the barkeep. You know, surely he knows of the local businesses in the area.
Sure. Yeah.
Drakik, do you want to go ask your friend?
Sure. Heyo.
Hey, buddy. What's up?
We're looking for that place that they were talking about.
Magic shop.
Right.
The magic,
Magic
shop.
shop.
Yes.
Well, we don't have a lot of magic shops. We have like herbalists. We have a smithy that does from time to time take commission. Don't think they sell anything on stock. I mean, they might have some things. And then there's Old Grader. Old Grader has magic items of some sort, I guess. Some travelers go to see her sometimes. Some gets their fortune read, I guess. But I mean, that kind of just depends on what you're after. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Can you tell us where to find old Greta?
Yeah, they're up next to the Archindrum. They're towards the Isar.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. We'll be back this evening for that day.
Nice. Just let me know if you need any party favors.
Oh yes, we'll do. We'll do. Don't need any money.
Right.
Just so I relay this information to them, and it's like, so we've got to go back to the other. We keep going. We keep doing this. We keep going over there and back to here. Maybe we should just stay over there this time.
That's D&D. Just
It's a different region. It's a different region, but the Archindrum is in the middle.
No, that's
So,
it.
shall we go to old Greta's house?
Sure. I
Sure.
mean, I don't have anything better to do right now, so. I do also want to go down to the jail cells, but that's completely beside the point.
Yeah, why would he be so interested in having his own little... Yeah, whatever. Yeah, another time.
Time another day.
Alright, let's head to that old Greta, I guess. Just see what kind of nonsense they're going to pull out.
Well, it takes a little bit of walking to get there. See some more of the city, some more of this region. Old Greta's is a small house. It looks like it's a convenience store size. It's not very big, similar size to the one that Ingwe burnt down. Inside, it's full of like herbs and like old bones and stuff just hanging on ropes everywhere. So you can't like walk off the path without going through all this weird stuff that makes sound when you walk through it and stuff. Most of the stuff in there looks a little bit like a herbalist shop, but you can see that there's a few things on some shelves behind the counter. You can see that old Greta is an old human lady, and she has like blue paint on half of her face, and then red paint on the other half, and then a black line going down here. And she is wearing symbols of the gods that you've come accustomed to, and she's just leaning on the counter. Hey, welcome to my place. How
Hello.
can I be of assistance?
Are you old Greta?
I am Greta, and I am old.
Yeah. You sell magic items here, yes?
Oh, I sell much of the gods' favor, yes. I have healing herbs and healing potions, and I have a few items of interest, maybe.
We're interested.
Is there anything in particular you're after?
I'm having trouble sleeping.
I can definitely help you with this. I have some herbs that you can take before sleeping and will help you fall into a deeper sleep faster.
Do you have anything that might help me coalesce my dreams more effectively?
You're looking for a spirit journey.
Yeah.
I can help you with that. I have something else then. She puts a little bottle with some greenish liquid in it. This here is a mix of poison and healing herbs. It will stabilize you in your sleep, but it will be wild dreams if you do not be careful.
How much for the wild dreams?
25 gold.
Hang on. Let me have a look at that first.
You're more than welcome to.
I want to take a look over and see if they're herbs that I recognize in that. I got proficiency in herbalism kit.
Go for it.
That's the-
Make an investigation check with advantage, I'd say then,
Hey.
in that case.
Ooh, baby.
There's no babies in there.
Oh, well, there goes my theory. No, investigation. A -1 on those, but an 18.
Nice. It does seem to have some healing herbs, and at the same time, the liquid inside this bottle seems to be of a snake venom type.
Okay.
So it seems to be correct. It's a mix between two different things.
Does the venom look potent enough? Something that could cause any like long-term harm, or is it?
No, it looks more like it's probably something that can make you really, really sick.
Okay.
Potentially, if you're weak, you probably could die of it, but as a normal individual, you would not die from ingesting it.
Okay.
In that sense.
It's pretty much what she says. Still be careful with it if you decide to go ahead anyway.
Yeah, definitely. What about? Do you have any specials? Do you have any special items that you have come by? I'm gonna cast detect magic and look around for items.
But there is a lot of magical items in that sense that are behind her on the different shelves and such.
Yeah.
Some of them seems to be of smaller notes, like something that will like cast a spell light and stuff like that. There's a few items that definitely seems like they're giving off a stronger vibe. And as soon as you ask for something special, she grabs a mace behind her. She puts it on the counter, and the head of the mace is 4 skulls. She puts this and says, "Hey, this is the maze of the gods. This is the Storm Lord's chosen. This here is specifically a magical item.
What does it do?
It hits a lot harder if you attack with it, and that is as far as I know. I'm not a warrior myself, but definitely has."
Oh, a mace! Oh, God.
Yeah.
I thought it was a maze, and I was like,
That's what I thought too.
No.
When I was thinking of those like little toys that you get with the ball in it, and
Yeah.
you gotta like. I was like,
No.
what is this?
Hit with it. Bang!
Right. No, a maze, like
Yeah, got it with a spiky hammer. Got it.
Question.
Hmm.
You wouldn't have anything to do with Ron now, would you?
run. Let me see. I think I have. It's been a while. She opens up a little drawer. And she pulls out a shield with a symbol of Ran on it. We have this shield. If you're interested, it's not very powerful, but it has the symbol of Ran on it if you so wish.
Is it magical?
Yes.
Do you know what's special about this shield apart from the mark?
I've been a little vague. I'm sorry for that. The shield itself, once a day in combat, if someone hits you and you parry it with a shield, you will send a shockwave around you of energy, damaging those around you within 5 feet. Other than that, it's a good shield.
How much is it, do you reckon?
1,200 gold.
How much is it if I show you this?
Make a persuasion check.
13 plus 3. 16.
16?
Yep.
I haven't seen one of those in a while.
I've never seen one of them till today, to be honest.
Can I see it closer?
Sure. Can I do an insight?
You can make an insight check, yeah.
She just brings out like a cleaver.
See how she is. 15.
She seems like she's just curious.
Okay. Sure. Here.
Right. She places both her hands on your arm and moves her fingers over the tattoo. Ah. Seems like you're chosen from the gods. I will give you the shield. She gives you the shield.
Oh, wow.
I believe in you, like they believe in you.
Thank you.
I see. I see you have a bright future. Yes.
Thank you. This is wow.
It's very generous of you.
I haven't seen one of those tattoos in a while. Anyway, the maze. It has a similar feature. When you hit someone, it also sends a shockwave. This one I cannot give away. This one is worth 2,000 gold.
Cannot afford.
I understand.
We might go get some jobs and then come back and shop. Oh, I'll have that potion and
Right, 25 gold, please.
yeah. And do you have a healing potion?
I have healing potions as well. They're 50 gold apiece.
Yeah.
If we wanted to ask you some questions about magic and enchantments, would you be able to help with that?
I certainly can. And I have one more thing. She puts a little, it looks like a mixture between a jar and a bottle. It's like a wide bottle, like a flat one like that, and like a cookie jar. This here is some magical paints. If you paint yourself with this magic, it will protect you. I have several different types of these. This is my specialty. One will protect you from necrotic energy, one radiant, There's one for bludgeoning and one for stabbing. There's some for poison, acid, cold, thunder. Take your pick.
Cool.
Permanently.
No, they will only help you as long as the paint is on you, and the paint will dissipate after 24 hours.
Interesting. And how much do those run?
Each of them are 50 gold.
Oh, that's reasonable.
I like to think so.
It's quite reasonable.
50's reason.
Well,
Yeah.
for a magical item.
I mean, fair. Yes, I suppose so. Yep. All right.
Is it resistance? You know,
Yes.
it makes you less susceptible.
Yes. Of whichever damage type that you're after, pretty much.
I was taken back by the prices too when I first heard him drinking. Don't worry. I still
right.
don't fully grasp it.
I just I pull out my money bag and just.
And I have one more paint here that gives you a benefit against getting hit in the first place.
Is it like makes you hard to be hit? How much is that one?
That one is 100 gold. But it will increase your armor class by 1.
For 24 hours.
Yes.
How many uses does each bottle have? One.
Just 1.
Following like Drekic's like pull out his small money pouch routine, Ingwe's gonna like just
Oh, what can I help you with?
What do you guys do?
I don't know where they get
The odd
this money
job.
from.
yeah,
I don't understand it, but
what's got the money?
I assume they're from rich families. That's all I can get.
So I am going to take the random poison that I don't actually want to take.
Okay.
So I'll take the 25 gold dream poison,
Mhm.
and then 50 gold for a healing
Resistance potion? Or a healing potion or resistance potion, depending on which one.
Potion. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'll take a healing potion, and
Right.
then I'll take resistance. So then I'll take 2 of the AC potions.
Right, that's 100 gold each.
Yeah, and then I'll take resistance to poison. Actually, can I have 2 of the dream things just because it'll
Yeah.
make my math easier?
25 each, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. So I would like resistance to poison,
Right.
necrotic.
I also have a potion of resistance to bullshit. That was a joke.
Anyways, doing maths. No jokes allowed.
I think we have a permanent potion of that amongst us at the moment.
I know. That sounds wonderful. Well,
I will also take a bottle of the resistance potion.
right. So it's more like paint.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
the paint.
Yep.
So that's 100.
If you're taking
Then-
2,
The resistance isn't 100 gold
50.
per.
no,
For
the resistance are 50, and the AC one is 100.
Oh, sorry, one of the AC
Right. Yes.
ones.
So
for
that's
100.
red battle paint. You can say it.
Yep. And then I will also take 2 bottles of resistance, one for piercing damage and the other one for necrotic damage.
Right. So the necrotic one is black, and the what was the first one? Bludgeoning damage, did you say?
Piercing.
Piercing. So the piercing one is a very bright blue, almost teal colored as well.
She tries not to be in range of bludgeoning damage.
Right.
So-
That is very true.
just gonna add those to my inventory.
Cool. And which ones did you pick, anyway?
Poison, necrotic,
Okay, so green and black.
fire,
That one is an orange,
radiant.
and there's a white.
Okay, and I want 2 of the necrotic and 2 of the radiant.
Yep, she has quite a lot of this stuff. It seems like this is what she mainly produces.
This is a jam.
This is a
We're
thing,
gonna
yeah.
be killing gods. What other things to gods?
You're thinking of paints. Sean's just seeing gold coins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's just like, oh.
And Trekkett's just right there with him, like,
Yeah. Oh.
I'm guessing that the AC paint doesn't stack. Like
No,
you can't
none of
have-
them would stack. You can't have multiple of the protection
a bar
or
in
the...
yeah,
Layers.
just get
First,
like
you put
4
your
of them.
primer.
1,
Put your
2,
first
My
layer.
AC is
3,
20
4,
now.
5,
Nah.
6, 7.
It will stack with everything else, but not with that. And you can have resistance and AC at the same time, but you can't have 2 at the same time,
Yeah. Okay.
because then like you're just painting over a paint. Like when you buy your potions, the old lady, she looks at you, Celeste, and she says, I don't think the sea is done with you yet, my love.
Thank you. I hope to have many more travels in the future.
You will. Is there anything else that any of you are
I'm gonna
after?
spend all my money and then I'm never going to remember that I have these things.
As long as you note down you have them.
Ingrid, would you like to ask some questions about magical items and properties?
Yeah.
Before you get into that, sorry, just to finish up the shopping side of things. I actually realized I might. Do you have any herbs that would go well with mushrooms?
Yes, I
Alright.
do. I mean, salt is not a herb, but is it for eating?
Sure. Yeah. We got a planned dinner tonight, and I figure I'll cook for everyone.
Right. I let me see what I have. And she pulls out a little drawer where she has all these little herbs in smaller form, and she has a little, almost like a little wooden box, and she puts some different things in here. So this is some spinach. Spinach is really good with eggs, and eggs is really good with mushrooms. Here's some
Yeah.
salt and some pepper. And here's a little
at this
bit
point,
of
Trekkett would be like, just,
pesto.
John.
Mm.
You know that those mushrooms aren't mushrooms. Yeah.
You said they were mean mushrooms, right?
Do you know what drugs are?
Yes. Familiar with the
Mean
concept.
mushrooms.
I still don't understand.
They wouldn't be
They're not-
conducive to a restful night's sleep.
Wait, you want to do drugs?
No, I don't want to do drugs.
What?
But
I
he
wanna
was
do drugs.
offering the
Don't we?
drugs.
Wait,
Well,
that's
I
great.
mean,
Tomorrow?
it's a good way to get in touch with your inner self, your spirit, and sometimes even the gods.
It's essentially
right.
just like meditation.
If you
Sure.
wanted to, sir, you could definitely put yourself in an elevated mental state by doing so. And if you have any deep questions for yourself, that would be a way to retrieve them.
No,
Or reaching out of yourself.
No, yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with myself as I am. Don't need much
Alright.
reaching out in that.
Right.
I guess I won't need those herbs in that.
That is quite all right. I understand. Let me
mean, we can
understand.
Always
Get
go and
some
buy
real
normal
mushrooms.
mushrooms.
I sell normal mushrooms too.
Well,
It's,
we can still have mushrooms.
Right. I can make you a breakfast plan.
all right,
Oh,
all
I
right,
have-
all right.
Oh no.
Lucky.
I'll grab. Do you have rice as well? I want to.
Yes, I can definitely give you some rice. I have some salmon as well if you want some fresh fish. That's really good.
Smoked salmon for breakfast with like spinach, eggs. Oh,
Spinach and eggs and mushrooms and salt and pepper, and I should have been a chef. Anyway,
Making me hungry.
I apologize for the viewers.
eggs Benedict with like salmon and like
Yes,
All right.
indeed. She puts together a nice little package of breakfast emergency package. There's a lot of different things in here, so I'd say that it can probably feed all of you. I'd say you can have that one for 2 gold.
Celeste will kind of flick the 2 gold on top of the money that she's already put
Oh,
in.
it's
Thank you so
fine. I
much.
said I'll cook it. I'm happy to get this
Exactly, you're going to be cooking it, so the least we can do is pay. If we're just going to sit back and watch you cook.
one. I guess there's
Got a point.
logic there. All right.
She looks at you, Ingwe, and she says, "Don't worry, little one. You will work it all out in good time. The gods also look at you. As you, Sean. I hope you have a pleasant journey."
Thank you.
I have a friend, and he likes to play tricks on my mind, and our minds generally. Do you have anything that can help me see true, or stop me from being tricked? Give me an advantage if we were trying to trick each other.
Let me have a look on my Google.
Let me bring up my inventory list.
I forgot what it is called.
I'm looking for advantage on a wisdom save.
I am just waiting for my internet connection. It is not so good out here in the Wild West.
This weather lately, it's been giving us trouble.
I do have a potion of resistance. It's called Intellect Fortress.
Yeah, that sounds like me.
So normally their spells would last an hour, but this one would last 24 hours. Sorry, 24 hours. So a day. And then you have advantage on intelligence, wisdom, charisma saving throws, resistance to psychic damage as well.
How much is that?
This one is 300 gold.
You're right.
Miss Celeste, can I, maybe I could put some of the potions back.
Oh no, how much do you need?
Just 50.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, you're doing this as she like goes into a bag again and starts pulling out. Just counts out 50. No, you're doing us all a favor. Doing this, we need to make sure we get it right. So it's the least we can do. She gives you
Do
50
their
gold.
bags just print money?
I don't know. I don't understand it. Just accept it, I guess.
Every time it's like it costs money, they're just like, here you go.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Thank you so much for your for your hospitality. You have been more helpful than I think you realise, or perhaps you do.
No, I am just a vessel for the gods. I am just here to enlighten and assist.
Thank you. Does anyone else need anything while we're here?
Honestly, I didn't need anything. And I've got more than what I thought I was going to get. So.
Right. Well,
Nothing I can say.
do we want to ask Ingwe about the properties of a particular magical item that we might want to create?
No, actually, I don't think Ingwe would in the potion shop ask about. There's nothing that's given me a sense of her awareness.
It seems more like she's more of a shaman type of individual. than a magical item kind of thing. Even the shield and the maze seems to be more of a tribal, very raw type of magic. It's not as specific as if you had like very detailed instructions, like something that would be.
I'm pretty confident.
Nice,
After
that's
so-
all I need to know.
It's
Let's
not
go
actually-
put you to sleep.
Oh yeah, it's only what, 11 o'clock?
Tap out.
Sure. 11 8.
I don't know why she looked at her watch like she's got a watch on.
Oh, the new portable sundials.
Hold on, I got to go outside and check the time. Hang on.
Oh, that's a time zone difference here. That's
No,
really hard
you
to.
gotta turn 30 degrees.
Which way is north?
Turn the wheel. All right.
Survival check every single time you want to check your watch.
What's the time? Someone's just like 3 hours on this crazy techno gizmo. Someone else just looks at the sun and they're like, it's about
We
2.
have to synchronize our watches.
All right. What did we want to do? You said you wanted to go and pick up some work or something, Jean.
Yeah, I want to go see if I can load up a bit of my coin. Might go see what I can find. Maybe your friend Cole at the bar might need a hand with, I don't know, dishes or cleaning or cooking or something like that.
Did you seem pretty good with herbs, yeah?
Sure, yeah.
I turned to old Greta. Do you need help in your shop?
No, I have everything I need for the moment.
He's really good with herbs.
That is my favorite part. I am okay. Thank you.
All right,
Good
right.
thinking, though.
Would have been pretty
No,
cool.
I appreciate it. Smart. I didn't even think of that. All right. Well, I'm gonna go off looking for some work. Meeting back at the Crow right later. So
It's not a bad idea, Sean. I might do the same. Not in the same vein, obviously. I'm not one for manual labor, but
As much as I do need money, I think I'm going to go investigate what this card's about.
right.
Because today's the day of discovery for me, so I'll just keep doing it.
you're going to have some strange dreams tonight, Drake. I can say that now. Brain will
Not
have a
as
lot to
strange as
process.
Ingways, I can tell you that.
That's true.
I don't know. Very well. Let's start with Sean.
Yep.
What are you doing?
First, going to attempt to go to the Crow. I've forgotten the full name of it. What was it? The Sleeping Crow, right?
The Raven's Child?
Raven's Child. That's
Yep.
what yep. my
That's
mind
the
was like
bar.
Crow. Yep.
Yep, no,
I
no.
was like, there's something to do with it. Yeah. First, I'm going to go to the Raven's Child and ask Cole inquire if they need any help. He's just looking for a little bit of extra coin on the side.
Right. So his name is not Cole.
Oh. Why am I getting all these things wrong?
Cole is the name that Dredek used when he introduced you to his trick. That he knew someone. Who
Right.
was named Cole.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to approach the barkeep and basically just... Jean thinks it's Cole. Cole, right?
No. My name is Jared.
I feel like I'm
Cole is a friend of your friend, I think. Like, he's a friend of mine, too. Cole is a pretty interesting chap.
Right. Okay. Yep. Well, Jared. You need a hand around here? I'm looking to just make a little bit of coin for the day. Whatever I can grab. So, I don't know if you need a hand with any cooking or anything like that.
Well, I need some help with some lifting. If you can do that, maybe we can help each other out. I have a lot of kegs downstairs needs to get up here.
That's my specialty. I can
Sure.
definitely do that.
Well, I mean, depends on how much you're planning on getting paid. I can give you a few gold for that. It's not like I'm really rich.
That works perfectly for me. I'm happy to take whatever you're offering.
Right, well, there's 5 kegs downstairs. They're pretty heavy. If you can lift them up here and place them over here behind the bar in the slots here, I can give you 2 gold for your work.
Yeah, not a problem. Easy done. You
thing.
just point them out, and I'll get right to it.
It's the one downstairs in the middle of the room. They all been moved out for this specific reason. So,
All right. He's gonna put all these bags down at the top there, so they don't get in the way.
Right.
Make his way down and whisper to himself before grabbing it.
right, let's make a
Back.
general strength check.
Back, don't fail me now. Ooh. 19.
They're pretty heavy, but you managed to use a little bit of technique as well, and definitely can do that. It takes a little while, maybe 15, 20 minutes to get all of them up.
Lift with the knees. Lift with the knees.
It's definitely not a problem. As you're down there, you do notice that on the wall there is a banner, and that banner is also for Ran. And around it, there are symbols of other similar symbols. You don't really know what they mean. Actually, you might have seen it because of your wife. So there's other symbols for the other gods around it, but Ran is the big one in the middle. It's an old tattered banner. It looks like it's been there a long time. The rats have like slightly eaten parts of it as well. But it seems like this place is also not a religious place, but definitely a place where there have been some sort of worship as well at some point at least.
Awesome.
And he gives you the 2 gold whenever you finish your job.
He's gonna have a look at the symbols as well, and he's just gonna see if he can recognize what the Stormlord symbol would be based on what he's heard or seen around or anything like that.
Right. You can recognize that. Let me just find that one here. So I have made one specifically.
Ooh.
So you know, I will send it to you on Facebook. Okay.
Sweet.
Give me 2 seconds here. There you go.
Awesome. He's just gonna give it a light rub with his thumb, and that's pretty much it.
Right. All good.
Sweet. Cool.
Nice. Anything else you want to do?
Nope. He's just gonna do whatever work he can, and then just wait for the others once he's,
Right.
able to make a little bit of coin. So it was just 2 gold you said he'll make for this, right?
Yes, 2 gold.
Sweet. Perfect.
Cool. Anyway, what are you up to?
So I think I'm just gonna hang till night time with not Lil. What's her name? What's the goblin lady's name?
Mana?
Mana.
Yeah. You also still have Little Wolf and the Snow Leopard. But they're hanging out with Mana. It seems like they have bonded a little bit over the time.
Nah, I'll save that for later. No, I'm gonna wait till night time. I'm gonna just do the kind of conversation about things.
Right.
I'm going till night time.
All good. Tricky.
I'm just going to go up to my room and try and have a look at this card.
Right. So you try to activate the card.
Yep.
So you place your hand on it, and then as soon as you think about activating it, it's almost like you just kind of disappear into this dream, and then you see this orc guy who's heavily injured on this hill, surrounded by other orcs attacking him, and he just kills them one by one, each with just one strike, and he just murders them left and right. And you can see the sword he's holding is the same as the one that was on the picture that was given to you. And he just keeps fighting and fighting, but in the end, there's just too many enemies, and he just cannot keep going any longer. So instead of fighting, he stops fighting and he sits down to pray. And while he do that, all of the orcs that attack him, they stab him and they slash at him, but he still just continues. And he places the sword into the ground, and as he does, a giant like shockwave just throws everyone away. And then he falls to the ground. And you know this to be the holy sword of Maroon. And that was the vision of Maroon as he was ambushed and died. You can see the city of Blunderbuss Blunder Peak, not Blunderbuss. Blunder Peak is in the distance, so it's on that hill very close to that city that this happened. And that place has since then been protected by magic of some sort and creatures of some sort. But the sword still remains in the ground until today.
Need to go get the sword. Well, I guess I can sneak in another vision before bedtime. Then I go back downstairs.
Okay. Good. Right here. Do you do anything else downstairs? Or are you just
Going
drinking?
away.
Right. Celeste?
Celeste is going to go find a bustling marketplace where they're selling like fruit and veg and scraps of
problem.
cloth and things like that. And she's going to set down a like her cloak that she was wearing in the kingdom, and she's going to do a little bit of busking.
All right. Roll a performance check.
Come on, baby. 19. 12 plus 7. 13, 14,
19.
Yeah, 19.
You get 17 gold from the people walking by. It seems like it's an uncommon tune, so it attracts some people here who
It's more like
normally listen
spoken
to other.
word, like poetry.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. It seems to be working. At least you get 17 gold out of it.
Thanks.
And one of them who approached you have seen before. It's Brigane, the captain of the guards, the half orc. Sorry, the half orc who wasn't too happy about Drekik. And she just drops it and she looks at you and says, "So why are you hanging out with that guy?"
I can assure you I don't actually know. There seems to be some, I don't know, kismet. He was fighting alongside us when those things attacked, and it seems awfully rude of us to just part ways.
Well, just be careful. His family is known to be a bit of snakes, so just want to bring it up.
Really? In what way?
Well, he used to be the earl of his home country, home area, if you want to say it like that, and suddenly his father took over because he was told to, even though I don't really think that was necessarily fair. But yeah, I just felt like he stabbed me in the back a little bit, and his father's known for being a bit of a hothead.
Yes, well, it does seem rather unfortunate. We only met him a couple of hours ago, so I can assure you that we have no ties with the man.
Right, well, you'll see. This entire family is cursed. I'm not sure
Oh,
what's why.
cursed.
Yeah.
Well, have a good afternoon. Thank you. Very odd. And she'll pack up and... Does it seem like she was bitter and like trying to be like malicious, or that she was genuinely trying to warn me?
Make an insight check.
Come on. Oh, what's my insight? Not great. It's 15, 11 plus 4.
She seems like she was being slightly malicious.
Alright. Have a good day. And then she'll wrap up her things and get the money and cloak over her shoulder and head back to the... What was it? What did Shirok say? The the crows.
The crow. Crow's
Crow.
sleep or
Yeah.
something.
Crow's
Crow,
sleep.
previously known as the Raven Child.
Crow's feet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Well, eventually you all end up together later in the evening.
Well, I am exhausted.
Oh,
Do you think that
Time.
we started this morning off by trudging up that hill and walking, and we got here and we were attacked, and then we came and we saw. I'm just.
yeah. I'm happy to sleep. I worked real hard. I managed to make myself a solid 2 gold this afternoon. I mean, that's pretty solid.
Good for you, Jean.
Thank you.
I saw another vision. I'm not through of them yet.
Oh.
Oh.
And I just say everything.
Oh.
Useful.
Quite impressive.
Yes.
So Maroon was also a champion of the gods, but Maroon had 2 of the gods' favor instead of just one. It was marked by multiple.
Ooh.
Well, teacher's pet.
I have a feeling I'm going to need to go get that sword someday. Just saying something, because a lot of others have died trying to get that sword.
Yes, well, it does seem as though we're on the hunt for several types of artifacts and weapons, so why not add one more to the list?
Already got a shield. Now I need a sword.
That was quite a favour that old Greta gave you.
Yes, I think so. That was quite unexpected, to be honest.
Very impressive. A question for you, actually. While I was in the marketplace today, I ran into an old friend of yours. She mentioned to me that your family is cursed.
Ah. Bria.
Is that something that we should be aware of?
She was the leader of my tribe. And then my father got marked. And you're a champion of the gods, then you outqualify anyone else.
Oh.
So she wasn't happy to be no longer the leader of the tribe.
As I doubt anyone would.
Yes, so it's not my fault.
No, I suppose not. This is mostly the curse comment that got me. But
I don't think we're cursed. I mean, my father's blessed by a god. Now I'm supposedly blessed by a god, so I think that's the opposite of cursed.
well, that's right. You don't have to justify yourself to me. Whatever you say, I accept.
I guess it would
Oh.
depend on your definition of what a blessing or a curse would be, right? Imagine
Absolutely.
someone who just wanted to live a run-of-the-mill life untouched, just making bread all day. Suddenly they got a symbol of a god that, encourages battle or harvest or something against their life. Might see that as a curse, right?
Absolutely. All comes down to definitions.
Sorry, this
Right.
honesty thing's getting me.
So I'm sure we'll get used to it.
Keep forgetting we're supposed to be like.
What are we getting used to?
Apparently, we're forced to be honest with each other.
I've always been honest. Oh, except for that one time when I hid behind that tree.
It's alright, Ingrid. We knew you were there.
Don't forget the other time when you did the thing with. You know what? We're not going to talk about the fire now. We've mentioned that many times before.
Oh yeah.
Although we can no longer go back to their settlement because
Oh, when I tried to steal that stuff.
Oh, you're banished
yeah.
too.
No.
technically it's just Jean.
Yeah. Oddly. Because it was my fault.
Nope. I got banned for my actions. They just didn't know yours. So that's all good.
Wonder. Anyway.
Shall we have a strong nip, and then off to bed.
I do want some dinner. Some dinner, drink, relax, and then get ourselves ready.
Well, I was gonna make mushrooms for dinner, but most of the ingredients I think it's more suitable for a breakfast. So I'm happy to get up in the morning and make that.
I promised the barkeep to buy breakfast tomorrow, so feel free to leave me out of cooking.
Well, you didn't get
Ah.
eggs.
Hmm?
You
Oh, he
didn't
didn't
get
get
eggs.
eggs. Ah,
You got all the other ingredients, but you didn't give you eggs. No, she didn't give you eggs.
buy eggs from the barkeep tomorrow.
Hey, works out. Hopefully they let us use their cooking equipment. Otherwise, we're gonna have to go outside, set up a little fire or something.
You work here now, don't you?
I mean, I worked here for the day. Maybe we'll see.
You
I
just
guess.
walk into the kitchen, just like putting on an apron. Hey, boss! Yeah.
Co-worker of the month. Sharon Odenwald.
Sean Nortonfall, cook.
Got a nice ring to it.
Well, so you buy some drinks and some dinner for some of you. Is there anything in particular that you want to do or talk about in the evening, or are you heading to bed?
I'm just gonna ask about all the adventures up to this point. So.
There was this house, and it like ate us, and it was a big bug. Really, I don't trust houses in the woods now so much. I don't trust much of anything. I gotta stop talking. I'm speaking too much. I think the only thing Jean would do in particular would have a conversation with Ingwe to try see how Ingwe is going to try imagine this thing. Again, he's going to basically make sure that the situation is as safe as possible before he goes to bed. And then, so he just has it just in case there's an issue or something like that in mind, what would need to be done.
Well, Mr. John, I'm a bit worried about the words that we used, but I think it's all right. If I'm not myself tomorrow, I think you should hit me.
How hard?
Here. And I'll give him a health potion and a little bag of, like, good berries.
Oh, that hard. I think
no,
it'll be fine.
I think it's less about hard and more about not letting me do stuff.
All right.
Like, if I try and get into your mind.
Right.
Remember how we talked about the things? And
Yeah, if there's anyone who's going to react pretty suddenly from that, it'd be me, so...
I don't need your permission, but I want it. Does that make sense?
Yep, don't worry. You got it.
Hey, Miss Celeste, can you read me some of that book? I don't actually want to listen to the book, but can you read it to me?
I don't have to read you the book if you don't want. I can tell you any story you'd like.
Well, I've heard a little bit about this place, Sahani. And, well, if you could tell me stories about that, well, that'd be good. I think that's apt.
Absolutely. I'll tell you a story about Sahani.
Definitely a few stories of vivid imagination and coming to life. You have definitely been there a few times. Yeah. Beautiful
And-
sandy shores and
As I go to
Some-
sleep, my, like, image is like, the cartoon Aladdin.
Mhm.
with,
Well,
like,
it's similar, I
Robin
guess.
Williams, just like, ripping now.
I'm
Evil
still-
dude, like, massive,
Jafar.
like,
Very well.
Cliched over the top. Love
over, way over. Just
Fair
like,
And
that's
Celeste will give you a point of bardic inspiration from the story.
Are we 60s or 80s?
80s.
No.
David
I
Bowie
will
stuff.
also drink the intellectual fortress at dinner. You said it's 24 hours?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's more if someone casts spells on you. It wouldn't help you in this specific case unless a spell is cast on you, but you're free to do whatever you want.
From what I read, it helps me with the saves. I'm pretty confident that I can be successful.
But
I'm not confident about how fucked up I'll be about it. Like,
Right.
I'm pretty confident in my ability to be successful in creating the thing. I'm defending against. I think I've
Right.
done enough to create the thing. I mean,
Nope.
the
That's
dice will
cool.
be the dice.
Right.
It's the save that I'm
Right.
making the thing for.
All right. So, sorry.
Nope. I was just gonna say before you start reading that story, Celeste. Do we need to activate this in a particular way, or like does it just activate when it's on you and you go to sleep, or?
It's alright, John. I've got it.
All right.
You want me
Here's
to
the thing.
pray for you as you're going to sleep?
That'd be handy.
Okay. And as I'm praying over him, less reading the story and everything, I'm gonna cast guidance.
It's like
Right.
we're all just
Right. So you have,
Yeah,
so you
so
can only
I-
have one guidance on you at a time.
Oh, so bardic inspiration or guidance?
Oh, sorry, no,
No, you
that's
can
right.
have
There was
both.
bardic inspiration. I thought it was guidance. The other one too.
Yeah.
Cool. So
I'm
bardic
not the
inspiration
cleric.
and guidance,
Yep.
and then you have the intellectual
John,
thing
what are
to
you
give
doing?
you advantage.
Crossing my fingers.
So +1. No. Right.
You got it, Ingwe.
Right.
Guidance only lasts 1 minute, so it won't be when he wakes up. It's just when he's going to sleep.
Right. Okay. So you have to go to sleep within 1 minute.
Yeah.
John, you're
have
up.
my-
Go, John.
I'd say the guidance is probably going to wear off before he ends up getting actually falling
Asleep.
asleep.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
No
it
guidance.
It
for
takes
me.
more than a minute to go to sleep. Even with the potion, it would take. a
Just
little longer.
cast it
Yeah.
like as you see him like drifting.
Yeah,
off.
yeah. As
then
he's
get
drifting
it.
off, I'll-
Right.
I just picture
So-
like Celeste reading a book pleasantly and nicely, and you casting a spell, getting him in the mood, and then John in the shadows behind, walking up ready to do the chokehold to put him out.
Right. It's a D8 for your bardic inspiration. So you have plus 1 D8, and you have advantage because of the intellect fortress potion. And that's it. And then the potion 2, you take the poison to go into the deep sleep, will help you stabilize a little bit as well.
Oh yeah, I didn't think I could stack. I wasn't going to do the both, but yeah, sure. Yep.
Well, they do different things. The other one's pretty much you fall asleep, kind of, and then you had really clear dreams, which makes it a little bit better when you get to that point.
Yep.
So first, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. DC 20.
That's your one.
I'm very, very good at wisdom saving throws. And I rolled very, very poorly.
All right.
No,
Okay.
it's advantage, so I'm I rolled 20.
20.
All of
Holy
the
shit.
things.
That was close. Right, yeah.
Thank
You
you, Dice
manage to enter this deep sleep, and normally when you dream, it's a little bit fadey. It goes in and out of dreams, and you don't remember the whole thing. This becomes very vivid, and what happens is that you're in this room, which looks to be like your childhood bedroom, and there's a set of stairs leading down from that room. You don't have a set of stairs there in your house, but there is in this dream. And as you start moving down the stairs, You pass by every single dream you've ever had in your life, in each room on each side of this hallway. And you can see dreams that you had back when you were a kid and you don't even remember. And it just leads you further and further down. And then there's this empty room in front of you. And then there's a bed in the middle and nothing else.
This isn't where I was supposed to be. I'm going to try and really strongly just imagine on the bedside table.
There's no table. It's just a bed.
There's just a bed.
Just a single bed in the middle of the room.
Okay, so I'm going to lie down on the bed and close my eyes.
Right.
And then I'm just really trying to change the image.
Okay. And what is the image that you're trying to project?
I would like to have an item. I'd like to have an item that looks like a door, but like the Alpha and Omega shape.
Yep.
And so I spent the day talking to Mana about what would create that room. And so I just want to, whichever, I'm imagining that we'll shift in with place, and I want to just keep holding on to that image of the magical item that I'm going to take with me as I awake.
Just make a general concentration check. It's not...
Heaps.
So long as it's over 10, that's fine. Like it's just concentration.
18. Yeah.
Right. You seem to have no problem holding on to this. I'm not quite sure if it's Celeste's kind words or if it's the potion, but you got this. And eventually, you fall into a real deep sleep. And then you might wake up next day. But first, Sean, what are you doing at the end of the night?
You're muted.
Being very quiet.
Oh, my bad. Sean would first. He was originally intending to basically just make sure everything went well initially, and then go off to bed and try to get up before Ingwe. But I think after a while, he would basically just return to Ingwe's room and sit down either on a chair or something, or in the corner of the room, and just put his head against the wall and just try sleep there. Just
So Ingwe's snoring a lot suddenly. He's in the deepest sleep that you have ever heard someone sleep in. So it seems like it's going well.
Yeah. He's going to try to push through the snores. But yeah.
Nice.
Curl up his furred shoulders, put it behind his head, and try to use that as a pillow.
Nice. And Celeste, is there anything that you're doing at the end of the night?
Nope. She's probably going to stay in the room with Ingwe, and then John comes in, and then Ingwe starts snoring, and she kind of gets up and pats John on the shoulder and goes, "All right, well, have a good night," and leaves. and goes into her room and goes to sleep.
Right. And Richard.
Once Ingwe's gone off to sleep, I'm just gonna go to my room and put up my little prayer station and try and say a prayer to Ra.
Right.
And
good.
just be like, I don't know why you've chosen me, and I don't know why I'm in this position. I don't know who these people are. I don't know what this map is. But as I am now your champion, I feel like I need to ask you to guide me. strange because I've never prayed to you before. But, guess I'd better start.
Feel a warmth coming over you as you pray. You don't see or hear anything, but you do feel if anyone is listening, they definitely heard you.
Thank you. And then I'll just go to sleep.
Great. Sean,
Yes.
as you fall asleep, something slightly odd happens. Your dreams are different, too. Your dreams seems to be of some sort of gate, like a big door. And you're kind of approaching it. And as the door opens, it opens into this giant hall full of people laughing and drinking and spilling drinks everywhere. There's half-naked women and men everywhere, and it seems to be a bit of a party going on. And there's a few individuals that seem to be of a stronger presence than others. Sitting at this table all together. They're drinking with these giant horns and laughing and yelling. And one of them suddenly stops everyone and says, "Hey, listen. That's the one. That's the one. He prayed to me. He prayed to me." And you see his eyes light up with like electric energy. And he just points at you and says, "Sean, I accept. Now let's drink and fight." And that's where we'll leave today's episode.
Fucking dope. Yes. Yes.
Are you about to get a Stormlord Mark II? Oh my gosh.
I don't know. But I'm fucking excited, I'll tell you what.
So cool.
Well, it's strange how things happen. How everything suddenly lines up for no reason, but yeah.
Yep. Oh,
No
man,
such
I'll
thing as a
take note of those.
coincidence.
No, not in my games. Alrighty, well, that was it for today at least. We'll see what happens next time when we dive into what's actually going on when Ingwe wakes up, when Drekik wake up, when Celeste wake up, and when Sean wakes up.
Why do they all sound like questions?
Yeah.
I didn't say
How are we
if,
gonna win
I
now?
said when.
John just wakes up whenever Ingray goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just hears thunder now. It's like,
Yeah, that's why he's dreaming of the Stormlord, because
yeah, but no, it seems like there was definitely a few individuals in that room that was of notable presence more than other individuals in that room.
Okay.
So definitely,
So
if it's good or bad, that's a whole different thing.
Yes.
long rest
We can mark
button.
off one.
Yes, you can click the long rest button. So can Ingwe. I had my chart ready here if you failed, but you were very close.
Oh, I can't believe that.
Oh.
Rolled exactly a 20.
Yeah, and like,
I had some interesting things that could have happened, so maybe next time.
I thought I'd failed, and I did the math. Like I did the math in my head, and I was like,
It was straight on the money, like without advantage and inspiration, that wouldn't have worked.
How much did you roll for inspiration?
3. I've got an 8 for my save's 8, so I was like, surely, and then it's like I rolled a 1 and a 9, and I was like, oh.
Fair. Well, that happens. But it worked out in the end, at least for now.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what the fail save, like what happens on the fail. I almost didn't drink the advantage potion too.
I can give you a preview. Roll me a d100.
Oh, cool.
There's 100 possibilities of what could happen.
Let's see what would have happened if you failed.
37.
37. Interesting.
We gotta tell us now.
Yeah.
5 flumps would have appeared in the room.
Oh, cool.
I love random items.
Oh, this is interesting. But yeah. Anyway, should we find someone to raid for tonight?
Already on it.
Monsters
Everyone.
in Raid.
Oh, I got a 5 as usual, so that's not gonna work.
I got a natural 20.
I got a natural 1.
Nice.
Yes, cursed.
I love these dice so much. Never rolling another. I feel like I should start using another dice.
Well, I don't like to borrow them because I keep rolling like shit at the moment. Did anyone beat a natural 20?
No, I don't think.
No.
It's either a tie, right? Or
It's me again! I did it last week.
Woo! So the good news is it's simple. There's only 3 options tonight.
Love
best
it.
I can tell. We've got Sparrowhawk Games doing D&D Nights. 3 Gs, 2 Ts, 3 Ss. We've got Eldritch Scribe doing episode 2 of their Kingslayer game or campaign. And then there is Not Rob May, who is doing a Rising from the Last War session 30. So I believe that would be an Eberron campaign.
Sounds like it.
Oh. That's cool.
Yeah.
Let's go because we did Eldritch Scribe last week because we caught their
believe so.
F1.
Yeah.
And as much as we love those guys over at Eldritch Scribe, we should share the love. So I reckon let's go Sparhawk.
Yeah.
Let's go for it.
Hawk, I think I called them Sparrowhawk or something.
Sparrowhawks.
It's the raven spot.
The crows sleep.
The crow's nuts.
Oh God.
Sweet. There we go. It is loading.
Awesome.
There we go. Cool. Well, everyone, see you next week for an
Yeah.
Have a great week.
interesting adventure.
Stay safe and dry, and we love you. And don't forget our giveaway, and also come hang out on Discord. And we love you so much. And
Absolutely.
mwah.
Yeah. Raiden in 3, 2,
Monsters in Raid.
1.
Boom.
Boom.
And we're off.